A very good morning to one and all gathered here. On behalf of Symbiosis Institute of Operation Management, we take immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the 14th edition of our prestigious annual conclave, the hrsummit 2022. To begin with, I request our IT India team to take us your corporate review.
Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. Mainly, Indian railways carry 23 million passengers on rail, handling 29 million pounds of freight per day. Or the famous Army Air Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating models attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management, or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, NASIC, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations behold is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a free-to-live institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the investment with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005, owing to its contributions to the field of operations. SIOM has grown beyond levels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared towards Industry 5.0 with the fusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IIoT, providing an excellent industry interface. SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruitment network in top companies across the sector, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives strategically woven in overall learning environment. Bankware, robust project-based learning, powerful relations, case studies, research orientation, and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lecture, hrsummit, operations summit, tests, and 2 internships. The students are all geared to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with engine of knowledge designation offer corporate training programs, customized certifications, and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK, and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM consists with the ambition and future CEOs and industry leadership when we want to operations with supply chain domain. We be responsible for it. The competency development is exclusively for working executives, and finance, and the corporates. They are established to fuel their careers and always develop operations competencies within organizations. This is the key is in the very, very positively. This is not list of industry and academia. This is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to someone, not just to figure out how supply chain, but also to engage with us in operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for Operation Excellence.
Hello. Mr. Arvind Paul Laser once said, I have no contracts with my clients, just a handshake is enough. Though we successfully conducted the past two versions of hrsummit in a virtual setup, we really missed the touch, the pleasant aroma around the venue, and notably the loud cheers among the audience. On this occasion, I, Shreyas,
And I, Rashika, take immense pride in welcoming you all to the Agile Summit 2022, where you can build your professional network beyond the mobile phone.
undoubtedly, the previous 2 years have been most revolutionary in terms of corporate history. Cores of things we took for granted as fundamentals have undergone a root and branch transformation. The hybrid working model, the virtual onboarding, online meetings, which once were sporadic words, have now become a quotidian.
What is the game plan to tackle the great resignation wave? How to build the strategy for talent retention at a time when employee value proposition has mutated? How is the agile function gearing up to sail through these uncharted waters?
For all those intriguing questions, this edition of HR Summit seeks the answers through its title, HR 5.0, The Big Rethink. We are genuinely looking forward to an insightful extravaganza from the industry's stalwarts. With our theme, HR, the catalyst to IPOs, where IPO stands for inclusivity, productivity, and organizational success. We welcome you all to experience the wonder of thinking, the skill of convincing, and a fantastic cohort of networking.
Our Agile Summit 2022 would not be possible without the genuine support of our sponsors. So we would like to thank Audi Mumbai South official automobile partner, Natalie official eyewear partner, Campus Times Pune official youth partner, Budani Group official snacking partner, Startup Talking official outreach partner, ED Times official blog partner, IKEA official global knowledge partner, Radio Vishwas official radio partners.
Super Smelly official gifting partner, Nova Fest and Unstop official event listing partner, City Goodies official gift hamper partner, TU Beat official media partner, Safe Express official supply chain partner, and Absolute Barbecue our official food partner. Moving forward, a lesson on inspiration and aspiration. Let me now introduce to you Dr. Vandana Sonmani, the founding member and director of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik. Dr. Vandana shifted to academics 27 years after 12 years of corporate experience in electronics, FMCG, and service sectors with profiles in brand liquidation, logistics, service enhancement, S&OP, supply chain management, and consulting. Under her able leadership, SIOM bagged the Best Industry Interface and Best Industry-Oriented Curriculum Award every year since 2009. SIOM also received the prestigious Education Excellence Award 2018 by the Confederation of International Accreditation Commission Forum in Delhi. Dr. Sonmani is a recipient of the Distinguished Service Award for her contribution to fostering management research. She received the Indian Leadership Award for Educational Excellence by All India Achievers Federation, New Delhi, and the Outstanding B-School Director Award in 2019. She is currently on the CII Maharashtra Task Force panel for manufacturing and innovation, and she is also on National Advisory Board for the SME Chamber of India. Dr. Sonmani acts as an independent director on the company boards. She is a member of Board of Symbiosis International Deemed University. Her keen drive for competency building, technology-oriented and corporate-linked learning systems have been the game changer. With the vision of empowering and leading operations excellence for industry and community at large, she pledges to fuel transformation and leadership competency in medium and small firms in a constructive way. Ma'am, it's an honor to have you lead us. Without further ado, I will now hand over the stage to you.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen present here, and all those who are there connected with us virtually through various social media presence of this event. Thank you, Shreyas and Yashika, for that introduction. I'm always humbled every time I hear my introduction. The sun is new every day. So there's so much to do and so much to be challenged with, and that's what keeps us running. I was sharing with someone that being in the education sector, one never feels, contrary to what people feel, one never feels that you are on the autopilot mode, because every time a new academic year starts with this fresh young blood coming on the campus, you think, wow, the sun is really new this time. I want to walk away today. So welcome again. All these years of being digitally connected and having conferences on the virtual media, it's great to be back in the physical space. Again, we are also working still in the hybrid mode with a few select people here in this audience and many connected to us digitally. But it's really good to be back talking to people and being with them and conducting such functions. We presently the 14th edition of hrsummit. This usually it used to happen in Mumbai and in Delhi every year. This time it happened in Nashik, which is our Karma, as I call it. It's located and in Delhi. So, and this year we planned conversations on this very new topic, HR 4.0. My organizing team suggested we are operations people, so it has to be a progression and a continuous improvement in what we do. HR 5.0 came into picture. Also, when we're talking of the big rethink here, one aspect which we wanted to highlight was and very rightly was most of the times we are saying it has nothing to do with the finance, but more with people here. And we want to talk on inclusivity, productivity, and organizational success. Again, you will find that there is a seamless value chain we want to connect here, not just sporadic one of the time activities that will DEI as we call it, but really relating these two organizational successes through productivity and improvement research. So that has been the focus since SIOM since 2005 has sort of walked a great path, a great journey, if I can say that, where we have now evolved as an institution with a B2B style education, having students with work experience primarily on the campus, really makes us feel that there is great value addition and at least value addition that should be given to the students where they can contribute to the industry very effectively and immediately to us. And hence the niche curriculum and the intake and all those things have been planned there. As very rightly Zigzagler said, you don't build businesses, you build people first, and then people build organizations. So the whole aspect, irrespective of what domains we belong to, whether operations or finance or whatsoever, everything boils down to people. And in a very different style, my operations to that your domain is the domain which faces most of the people, whether it's in terms of quantity, the number of people, or the variety of people who we face. So it's very important that we connect these two dots and bring out and understand the people's perspectives most prominently here. Generally, this question is always posed to me as an operations institute. Why hrsummit? What is the underlying philosophy or purpose of it? This is not the age of science. Ultimately, people, the better people person you are, the better leader you will be, and hence this focus on the hrsummit. This year, as we see new types of organizations, of course, with this hybrid working, the great resignation, and so many of these words which were very limited in our vocabulary, in our conversations, they have become they have become commodity words, yeah, in a way. And my belief is that the way challenge is going to be to really bring together this autonomous individuals, whom we are going to face, to connect to each other and the organization now in a very socially and a sustainable way. Why I call this as a challenge is because we've been talking about individuals. These are one of the autonomous individuals who are going to decide for themselves. What do I want and what is good for me and what is not good for me? So we will really include, educational management, from the industry, curiosities in our mind, and hence such conferences, such meetings, really have a good way to pay ourselves forward and understand uh, unleash these happenings in the current organizations. How is it going to happen? I mean, how are you really addressing the moonlighting behavior? How are you really addressing the great destinations? How are you really defining culture, organizational culture to these autonomous individuals as well? So overall, I think it's very interesting arena to study and understand and discuss forward. And very importantly, the diversity and inclusion aspect of this whole new era as such. We all know it is the need of now. I think many C-level positions are charged with this agenda of increasing, managing, sustaining diversity. It is always in organizations struggle. We have made some organizations where it's a struggle to even mixing these things. And let's not talk about the struggle to really execute and put these things in action ourselves. Hence, I feel my team of students came out with this IPO concept and we wanted to really hear from you all and discuss and maybe ask certain questions as to what is the next way forward. We all have heard about measures like leadership education. I strongly believe in advocacy and inquiry in this area because I think it's very, very important. Also, I feel down that we need to address influences of these ladders, which are there in our mind. Without that, it's not going to change the world as such. So, all in all, I think through this scheme, we have sort of picked up battles which are big enough to matter, but small enough to win in a way. And hence, I feel this topic, this theme is very, very precious to our mind. What is at the center of this whole equation for me personally, I think is purposeful hiring, purposeful engagement, well-being, amidst the greater objective of amplifying it for broader business. How does one really do that in that scenario? And I think that these are the curiosities that we will all sit here today to hear to all the speakers. Thank you so much, speakers who have come here, to the delegates who are here. And I'm sure having industry professionals in such conferences really make a lot of difference to the type of conversations that happen. And thank you all for being here. I wish you a great learning and very enjoyable day today. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening note and for being part of the event. So from here, we would now kickstart the event with our very first keynote speaker of the conclave, Mr. Jaspreet Bakshi. Currently a partner and India HR leader at Marsh McLennan, is an HR practitioner with expertise in providing human capital solutions aligned to business strategies across banking, telecom, technology, operation, and FMCG. He has 22 years of experience with 11 years in our leadership capacity, supporting business and functional lines across geographies. Mr. Bakshi has been associated with organizations of review like Netflix Group, Delhi, Tata, and Dunkin Limited. Mr. Bakshi holds an MBA in HR and marketing and has undergone various leadership and strategic HR on practice. He is a certified Six Sigma graduate and an ICS certified and practicing leadership school. It's great to have you here.
Keynote session will be on the topic rebuilding organizational hierarchies to networks. It will be a 25 minutes of keynote address followed by 5 minutes of questions and answers. I would encourage the delegates to ask their questions with a raise of hands and those who have joined virtually via live streaming by putting your questions in the comment box. Without any further ado, I would now request Mr. Jasprit Bakshi to take over the stage and lead us through an invigorating session ahead. Over to you, sir.
Hi, very good morning, everyone. Dr. Vandana, faculty, students, fellow HR practitioners, and all the fellow students, practitioners who joined through online. It's a pleasure to be here. This topic that when I was talking to the students who were really helping together, we started talking about what's the construct of the organizations today, what's changing, what's relevant, what may be relevant in the future. And then what I will attempt to do over the next 15, 20 minutes is going to be sharing my thought process. Now, all of you are practitioners. In fact, I was talking to Dr. Vandana, and she mentioned that most of the students are engineers with some work ethics, which means you've already worked in organizations to understand the concept of the network. Right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my experience over the last couple of years in different organizations to see what works, what didn't work. Just as a little bit more context, I was fortunate to start my career from an institute that is based on hierarchies, that's based on structure, the Indian Armed Forces. Right? Having started from there to now working and partnering with new age companies with a very diverse set of talent, with a very diverse set of skill set, it is a paradigm shift for me personally to have seen one set of framework working to see how the other works. Right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about that, more in terms of just what I feel things have panned out, what is it that can work in the future. And more importantly, I'm not saying I'm not going to comment on which is better, but I'm trying to talk about what is it that can be done to put these things together. Right? But there's a lot of conversation that has happened on the whole construct of hierarchies and networks. But I think it's important to really get to understand what does these mean. Right? I come from a place where I was groomed up in a place where there was a definition that says structure liberates. Right? What does it mean? A lot of people, many of us, when we were growing up in our careers, we wanted a clear set of instructions, we wanted a clear set of KRA, we wanted a clear set of measurement indexes, and we wanted clear guidelines as to who to reach out to for clarity, who to reach out to for decision making, who will do my performance appraisal, what will I get at the end of it, right? So that was the model. And it worked, it still works, right? So there is a need to have that framework in place. And having said that, just following a single hierarchy or framework that is vertical may not work in the new way. And that's where the construct comes in, where we talk about horizontal, right? Or we talk about creating those networks in an organization context, or creating a network like this. But very important to keep in mind is it's not about network of people only. It's about network of growth. It's about network of skill set. It's about network of like-minded people. It's about a community. Right? I'm standing on this summit today. For me, it's a community of fellow HR practitioners from whom I can learn, or I can learn from the students who are present. Right? So it's extremely important to keep that aspect in mind, and then that's what I was just trying to share from that. Right? So, as I said, the whole concept of hierarchy started at a particular time. But a very interesting piece that I want us to think about, and it is something which is talked about a lot, that if you really see over the last multiple years, the number of companies in the Fortune 500 that have not sustained and who are still there in very, very small percentage, right? Now, there are multiple studies as to why these companies do fail. But if you really read about it in detail, apart from all the things, whether it is the business model, the culture, the products, the services, one of the tendencies has been that these organizations have not adapted or not evolved with the coming age, right? And the structure, or from an HR lens, being an HR practitioner, we talk about how design construct, that becomes an important element. Right? So starting from there, saying what may have worked 50 years back or 30 years back has worked well then. Is it still relevant today? And if it's still relevant in isolation, is what we really do. So with that concept, we really talk about what is it that we can do and how can we really move the organization forward in terms of what the future is. Right? Hierarchies or the set of hierarchies started way back, 50, 80, 100, 150 years back and work. In fact, if you really see the advent, it happened when the US was going through industrialization. There was a setup that was being done, and it was a railroad, and it was anything and everything. I think Dr. Banna mentioned in a study. It was more about putting a defined path for getting from one place to another. Right? Structure helps, but what it used to do is it used to define the roles and responsibilities. It used to define who will do what, when, what will be the output, what will be the handout. Right? So it really helps in that way. But can a proper only hierarchy-based organization or a setup help? I think there is a need to relook at that concept. And then that's where I'm sharing my thoughts. Right? Organizations have done so well so far. But today we are talking about new age organizations which are not hardcore organizations working from an office. Or you now have a composition of workforce that is not full-time employees, but we are talking about an aggregate knowledge base of gig workers. Or you're talking about colleagues and people who are based out anywhere in the world and who are not driven by a 9-to-6 cycle or who are not driven by a monthly salary cycle. Right? So what is it that we can do to really help them? The other, the most important element that many of us as practitioners struggle is, how do you take advantage of the knowledge that sits in the organization? Can be knowledge that is from an experience standpoint. To be honest, can be also a lot of passive knowledge that exists. And that's where the network comes into it. So from where I come in my experience, I feel that we're able to really get these two together. And if we can get them to complement each other, it becomes a very, very powerful tool as an organization. Now, very, very clearly, a lot of research has gone into it, but if you really, and then for many of you like me, who are really interested about it. Way back in 2012, HBR published an article on it to talk about the power of network and how it happened. Honestly, a lot did not happen over here. It was more in terms of a conversation to really see what happened. Some organizations adopted it, but more in terms of an internal group. So, getting like-minded people to come together, let's say pick up an inclusion, let's say pick up a campus strategy. But were they really able to the collective power of what networks can offer? I think that's something we really see for the last 3 years. I won't say thanks to the pandemic, but the pandemic challenged most of the corporates to relook at it. Right? And then I'm going to give a simple example. We are 6 legal entities in India, March McLean. We have 13,000 colleagues. When pandemic started, 90% of our population used to work from office without laptops. Right? And overnight, in a matter of weeks, we had to figure out a way to not just get laptops to people, but also make them productive. Now, imagine if you're trying to do that, say, oh, I have a dedicated logistics team, I have a dedicated operations team, or a transport team who's going to do. I don't think people have been able to rarely bounce back that. And I'm just talking about for my experience, and I'm sure many of you have experienced that. What helped that time was networks. In fact, on the softer side, from a people standpoint, when our colleagues, when their families were facing challenging times, at many points it was not the organization that would step forward. It was actually the power of the network and the colleague communities that stepped forward. Over the last 2 years, we've really seen the collective power of networks to come to life and really re-raise and right? So building on this particular piece, what I just want to clarify, and there's a lot of conversation that has happened, saying, okay, so now you're saying that hierarchies don't work. Should we completely move up? Should we move to the different space? And I want to be very, very clear, we're not talking about a completely different construct. We are not talking about a leaderless team that all of you or many of you who have done or who started management as a part of your journey. There was a concept of self-leading teams that came a couple of years back. Many companies adopted that, but to be honest, many did not succeed. Because you still need structure, you still need someone who can articulate a vision, who can still articulate what that North Star is, what's the direction of travel for us as a team, as a company, as a group. So that concept still is valid. But today, leadership is not about somebody sitting there, and I'm going to use this term, that's okay, sitting in an ivory tower making a 5-year plan. It's about co-creating that vision with the colleagues, with the team, with everyone having a good time. Right? So it's not about leaderless, it's about boundaryless organization. I'm an HR practitioner, and if I go back 10 years back, 15 years back, HR was known as a personality, not 15 years, 25 years back. It was known as a personal function. And a lot of work that HR at that time used to do was again very, very meaningful, but it also had a lot of elements of manual and the whole basic management. It's only over the years that HR has come to a place where we have a seat at the table and we are really adding value. So then again, we made HR complicated, where instead of just saying human resources or human capital or people function, to very strong organizations, we have a talent acquisition function, we have a revenue function, we have a employee relation function, we have multiple such functions that exist. Business says, you know what, for me, all of your HR. So can you tell me how collectively you are going to partner with me to enable us on our journey? Right? So this is just HR. We're moving to a place where the functional domains and the boundaries are definition. It doesn't matter whether you're HR or your finance or your operations or your logistics or your transport. It's all about how collectively can we come together to solve for a particular piece or build the organization. So very, very important to keep that particular piece. I will talk a little bit about hierarchy because that's something which is important for us to understand. Just I think, as I said, we're not saying we're moving away from it. We're trying to just build that particular construct. And how do we get these two to come together, work together, and what is the sense of what future entails, right? There is a new term that is doing the line these days, and I was talking about one, which is hybrid way of working. Right? So we still have days in office when we will have a 20-member team, 7 or 8 of them will be in a room, and 10 or 12 will be in a meeting room or a board. Now, however much we try to make that conversation inclusive, you will have somebody sitting in the room next to you in front of you, pass a comment or share a thought, and you will see a side conversation happening. And colleagues and people who are on the Zoom call always will complain, saying, I can't hear what you guys say because this is side conversation that's happening. Right? That's the reality. Now imagine just instead of just a side conversation, we are talking about driving a strategic relation. We are talking about driving systems to stay critical for the business. How do we make sure that connect continues for the system or connect happens seamlessly, but more importantly, involves, engages everyone. Right? That's what it is the power of network and the hierarchy. Right? I also want to caveat that when organizations are at that place where they're trying to evolve, and then a lot of organizations evolving. In fact, for all the HR practitioners, one of the most relevant topics today is org design. And how does organization reinvent them? Right? There are two, I'll say, pitfalls or aspects that we should be very, very cognizant of. Is one, we are not saying we are trying to replace. that's not the right word. It cannot happen. So it has to coexist. And then how does that happen is what is very important. And the second element is some companies, some teams have a tendency to over-engineer. Right? We are saying the power of network is when people come together by choice, not just by design. So sometimes when we try to put everything in a box and in a structured manner, that's not a network. Right? That's really trying to put a structure over a structure. So organizations and all of us as practitioners have to be mindful that we don't fall into these two pitfalls and maybe continue to keep in mind that this is something that we should avoid. And then again, I'm still experiencing this in my current we've also seen an organization trying to replace the whole system, and as I said, I don't think that's a relevant point because it doesn't work. So how do you get these two to coexist, work together, and be an important element? Remember, what at least from my experience, what I've seen is the collective power of what we do is very, very. Having said that, there is very, very important element that we need to keep in mind. And as a programmer, is probably go back to my very, very early career of the armed forces, and again, we will talk about the art of the conversation. And I'm going to give you an army or a for example, just to put the point across. We talk about a mammoth logistic exercise that happens, right? Imagine there is a exercise, and I'm consciously not using the word war. Imagine there is an exercise, and you are in a desert area, and you have to move heavy artillery guns. One artillery gun can be anywhere between 2 or 25 tons. You have to move 6 artillery guns, and you have to move in a 60-minute man day, and you have to move it overnight, let's say 5 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 10 kilometers, the desert terrain, where every time you step on it, you will start sinking. Right? But you have to do it in a manner that you have to plan out every logistic. You try lifting a 50 kg bag, now imagine lifting a 25 ton gun in that way. And when you're trying to do it, you're trying to also ensure that there are multiple other aspects that are getting involved. Right? Now, when you're making a strategy to move forward, at that time you are involving every single person saying, okay, if you have a view, if you have a point of view, if you have an input, coming up to us now. So whether it is the art sport, whether it is the logistic team, whether it is the air cover, which can be an Air Force angle, where if you're moving forward, it's just ensuring that you are getting the cover fire. Okay? But when you're creating that strategy, you will get everyone on the table and you will say, okay, let's contribute, make your input heard, tell us what is the best. But once we believe, then we move forward collectively. We see this in our organization context, right? There's a meeting that happened for 2 hours, there's a brainstorming, we talk about strategy, and then somebody will come out and say, I don't think that's the right thing. And we have to tell them that why don't you say it? When you were in that boardroom, in that table, then the strategy will be created. So how do you really leverage that and what is the key essence of that? Right? I think I've spoken about some of these elements, so I haven't skipped that, but you know, there's a classic story of a Zappos where this organization growing very fast tries to adapt the complete model. And I don't know if how many of you read this, but if you're not, I encourage you to Google this. One fine day, there was a thinking saying, let's reinvent the organization. They completely changed the hierarchy structure and they made it flat. From a CEO or the business side to the guy who was feet on street, they said everybody has a shared objective and they will be held accountable in the same way. The nominal thought process. But what you need is a lot of thinking to be good. And this model failed, it just miserably. So what happened is roles and responsibilities were undefined. People had confusion. So if that person also doing what I am being told to do, then how will I be measured? Where does my role finish? Where does the other person's role start? And then those kind of things. So those are the important elements. That's why, as for my limited experience and whatever I experienced for the last couple of years in this organization, and I'm laying emphasis on the word and. It's not hierarchy or networks, it's and that's the whole essence of it's not a replacement, it's really putting it together, how to complexity, the whole new construct of how companies working, what's the demand today, what is it that we need to see from a stakeholder, shareholder, colleague standpoint, and build that particular piece. I personally believe there is a very strong complementary strength of usage that comes with that. And I think that's what the whole concept of what I feel is very important. Just point that I've just spoken about two things, and I think I've spoken about that, and I don't need to, I think all of us have experienced that. I just want to leave you with a thought as I have finished the conversation about when you are relooking at the organization concept, you can be doing it in a very small team, you can be doing it in a larger construct. There are few basic aspects that we should keep in mind, and I'm saying don't look at it from the standpoint of let's change. Look at it from what is the business output or value that is expected. Right? I keep telling this to my HR team. We created a process to support the colleagues. But many times today, the response that we get from our teams is we can't do this because the process is not allowed. Right? A process was set up to achieve an objective. But today the objective has become secondary, the process has become primary. Which basically means there is a need to be looked at that. And that's why I say look at the construct of how you're shaping the networks. Don't define networks, don't pressurize, push, define guidelines. Right? We have CRGs in our organization, or in some companies we call it BRGs. What do is, out of a 10,000 strong organization, if there are 50 people who are genuinely believer of saying, let's make the organization more inclusive for colleagues with disabilities. We get them together and say, guys, can you help us review what is it that we are doing well? More importantly, what can we do better? And can you help us define the guidelines? Not an India leader to define or write policies from his or her lens. The people who genuinely believe in costs. So really putting that particular concept in that would belong to the network and really then trying to get them to design, define what it is. So that's one very important. I think I believe in culture is nothing but a summation of all the behaviors of the organization. So organizations are already moving from command or control to really co-creating that concept, and then that's a big two steps that I feel will help really all of us if we are at the cusp of the organization concept. One is really how do we able to empower people. Right? So give the decision making to the people that can really help to create value. We have a GIC in India, Global Capability Center for Master Plan, which has got 8,800 colleagues right out of the 10,000. If I look at the demographics, out of 8,800 colleagues, 95% are Gen Z and millennials. But those 3 or 4% of people like us are designing the HR policies, or designing the reward policies, designing the EVPs. Right? How do I get them to get involved to create that particular? We are telling them come back to work and we will give you phenomenal cafeteria food and fun at work, and you know what? I work from home. Let me do it at my pace and see what I need. So really enabling, empowering, and creating the culture and environment. It's very good first. And the second is how do we really create structures that things can come together, more in terms of organically, but also defining some guidelines, some broad parameters. Right? So we created a small group where we said, okay, we get like-minded people who are bikers to come together. Good idea. And then I try to do what I can. Then we started getting some very remarkably nice things. Will March sponsor us. Will March do something about our insurance company. The idea is to really engage, but it's a good input. You don't define a structure, it can go forward. Right? So very, very important. And more importantly, right, how do you really get a common purpose to cut across the organization? And if you're able to get people to align with that, the rest is not very right. So that's what I really wanted to share. I don't know if the thought process resonates with you, but having become thoughts, views, questions from all of you or everyone joining us on the session.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a good session, but delivered in a very captain manner. Thank you so much, sir. So let us proceed with the Q&A session. I request all the delegates to ask their questions to the table of hands. And those who have joined us virtually, please put your questions in the comment box.
Good morning, sir. My name is Pranay. And sir, my question is, since we talked about IT and network combination, so how can we establish a good balance between both of them?
Thank you for the question. As I said, there's a structure that existed for years and we have done well. We've created that well. We've also seen the power of network. So there is an inherent strength in the structure. Some things are really very, very well. Defining roles, responsibilities, KRAs, the whole approach on what gets done next. But then there's a collective power of a network. And I'll just try to answer that with an example. We have 500 managers in the system. 500 managers are working on same similar kind of work. But one of the managers who is either new is getting stuck on a problem statement. Can be with respect to delivery, managing a team, managing a hybrid work, whatever. Now, his or her first approach is reach out to HR, reach out to business. The other approach is that manager goes back to the community of these 500 managers and say, hey guys, this is the challenge I'm facing. Has anyone faced a similar challenge? What did you do? You will be surprised the number of responses that particular person will get. It's just a very simple example of an organization. Now imagine extrapolate that to sales, finance, logistics, operations, really getting the whole piece together. It helps you leverage it. So how do you bring these two things together? Your structure helps you put right guidelines, right processes in place. Your network helps you get them enabled to partnership of people. So bringing both those things together can be wonderful. I think the power is immense. That's what I understand. I don't know if that answers your question, but just a very simple approach and example of what can be.
So we have received some questions from our online platform, and the question would say, hierarchies ensures information flow in a directional manner. How to establish the information flow in network? How to establish the information flow in network?
Great question, man. In fact, I'm going to challenge the question of that. I think we have to move away from the thinking that knowledge flows from there to there. And we've seen that in the organization. So as I said, a leader, a top leadership team, a business leader can talk about a vision and really create that whole thing of what needs to be done. What's happening, what's working, what's not working, leadership team need to have a connect from the bottom up. There is a information from going up, what's working, what's not working. Right? That's one way. We talk about this is a model I remember reading some time back. There's a model which says ICE, information, communication, engagement. Like whole concept of that. Lot of things that are happening today, or working or not working. People, the team members, the colleagues who are actually doers or who are designing that are well placed to tell what needs to be done. So hierarchies can help you get the information to know. Networks can help you look at the efficacy, the value of that, but it also helps you do a reverse. Many companies have adopted something known as reverse mentoring. So unlike many of us in this room and all of you who are Gen Z and millennials, I'm a technology or a digital immigrant. Many of you are made it. Right? My 5-year-old knows how to use technology better than me. But I'm learning, and I'm learning from my team members to do this day in, day out. I'm learning digital marketing. I'm very tempted to learn coding and this and I won't be able to do it. So good question, but I would probably challenge the concept saying it's not just about information flow from top down, it's also about bottom up. Networks can be that. Networks also help you tap into the tacit knowledge that exists in the organization. Right? Probably the last part is something which is I keep telling this to my HR and talent. We go to market and we hire people saying, okay, tell us what you are telling your previous organization. And we will hire you. When they come in, we say, Acha, forget everything. This is how we do it. Actually, we are not really leveraging the skill set, the knowledge, the experience that we have. Communities, networks.
Thank you very much for that answer. I believe that question must have come from a supply chain enthusiast back at the institute who keeps studying product flows and information flows during day. So it was indeed a pleasure to host you here. We would now take a moment to felicitate you, Mr. Bakshi, with a memento as a token of our gratitude. We would also be delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, MacBee, Super Smelly, and Safe Express. I would now request Dr. Vandana Sontani, Director, SIOM, to do the honors. So if you don't,
If you don't mind, we have one more question.
yeah. Yes, sure.
Yes.
This is Priyanshi. I have a simple question, which is basically how to create network at a virtual space. What I mean to say is that in the case of virtual working, how do you create network? Because when you work in the same space, it's easy to build network. When you're working in the current, when you're working offline, it's more easy to build network, but being in a virtual environment, it's difficult. How do you make it easy?
Thank you for the question. I think it's important to really start with the context of what do you need the network for and what are you attempting to get out of it, right? I'll give you an example if that's okay. And there are many companies that have done that. We have just embarked on the journey, I think, a couple of months back. We created something known as a virtual marketplace within our organization. What does it mean? I've done sales, I've done operations, I was fortunate to do a couple of stints in different roles in HR. Right? But today my role in HR is very, very different because am I 100% leveraging what all I have done in my career? The answer is no. Right? Now extend this to a 10,000 strong organization. So if we are able to go back and we did that in the marketplace in a virtual environment in the COVID time, where we said we need more people who are able to do a particular skill set. We said, okay, all of you who are interested more over and beyond what your day job is, can you do a listing of your skill set, your areas of interest, right?
Identified that, okay, there are 100 people who have done, let's say, a transformation kind of a role, ops, sales, finance, etc. But today's role does not allow them to do it. And we wanted to create smaller agile teams for project management or to really leverage some key initiatives. Creating that virtual marketplace within the organization helped us tap into that. Right? That's just one very simple example. Right? So virtually, when people are not together in the same office, same location, the collective power of networks can be actually much more. Because what you're doing is you're not talking about the person, you're talking about the power of the skill set, the knowledge, the competencies, what they get to the table, right? And virtually people are more open to the idea of doing or contributing over and beyond. Right. So that's just an example that we can do. But the key is define what's expected from the network, what's the role of the network, and secondly, enable that. So when we created this virtual marketplace, instead of us leaving a manager to fend for himself or herself, saying it's your problem, you solve it, we created that whole approach saying, you have a problem, here is a chatbot for you. You just go and type the question to that chatbot, and you'll be surprised the number of people who step forward to give an answer, right? So creating that infrastructure for a network. I don't know if that answers your point, but just a simple example on that particular piece.
Thanks, Jaspreet. Very well spoken. And I think I love the idea of the millennials and Gen Z, and I work very closely with the millennials and Gen Z in my organization. Having coming from an armed forces background myself, I understand the impact and the power of hierarchy and networking. So my question to you is actually on how strong do you leverage the armed forces networking in hiring talent in your organization? Because I think that's something we are looking at it from the diversity and inclusion space. So I think veterans are going to be a very important workforce in our coming organization. So just wanted to understand your perspective.
So good to meet a fellow, somebody who comes from the same background. And then I still say I'm not a veteran, but I'm proud from that. I was talking to Dr. Vandana about this today morning, about Director General Resettlement, DGR, and the work that we do in terms of transitioning out armed forces professionals to the corporate, right? The experience and the depth and the wealth of experience that people who've served in forces carry is phenomenal, right? We can't even fathom, many of people who don't have an association in the army can't even fathom what it looks like. But the point is, if you really, and I'm being very, very open and honest, and and a lot of friends, a lot of postmates who are transitioning out, many of us, whether it's armed forces or outside, we are unsure about how to capture what all have we done on our CV. We can't keep an entire laundry list of whatever we've done, right? Also, this whole concept of jack of all trade, master of none doesn't work. So how do you really pinpoint and identify what are those 1-2 inherent strengths that you have? That's one. The second piece is, when I say armed forces, I'm army, I'm infantry. And so in infantry, we use a term known as OG, right? You're I'm wearing that color, I'm proud to wear the color. You're so fixated and at times rigid to your thinking. This has to happen in a particular manner. In corporate, that doesn't work. That just doesn't work, right? So how do you really change that thinking and mindset becomes very, very important, right? And then more importantly, how do you really help handle? We hired 5 veterans from Air Force last year in Pune, right? And this was this whole, to be honest, a scheme saying we want to be more inclusive, we want to get people and let's do that. But we just hired them, and within 3-4 months, we realized that people are struggling and many of them left. And the realization was it's not just about hiring people. I think the talent acquisitions team do a phenomenal job in every company. It's about, are you creating that infrastructure? Are you creating that support model? Are you doing a mapping of what kind of roles? Are you creating the right performance management systems? You will have a 28-year-old team manager managing a lieutenant colonel or a major saab who's probably, army, we use a statement which says, my total years of service is more than probably your age, right? So have we enabled that 28-year young manager to say, how will you manage somebody who's 38 years or 39 years of age? Creating that infrastructure. So I don't know if that resonates, but the whole ecosystem to really enable that, which needs to be done.
Yeah, so I think you're resonating with what I believe, which is training and the infrastructure is very, very important. I think without that, getting any of the diverse teams in any organization, not only the veterans, but everything is going to be a challenge.
So enablement of that.
Thanks for that.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for addressing all the queries from our delegates in an elaborate manner. Thank you so much, sir. I kindly request you to have your seat. Thank you so much. Before moving forward, I would like to thank all our delegates for their thoughtful questions. I hope you find this session meaningful and exciting. So, let us proceed to the next keynote address of the day. It's our pleasure to introduce Ms. Sarita Das, a seasoned professional having 20 plus years of professional experience with expertise in all aspects of human resource and has been part of leadership for various organizations where she has been associated. Prior to her entrepreneurial stint, she has handled assignment with Electa Medical Systems India Private Limited, Zimmer Biomet, Bayer Crop Sciences, and Sony India. Her experience and expertise has been PMS, policy framework for attracting and retaining talent, career development, compensation and benefits, L&D, and organizational development. She is a strategic and forward thinker who is not afraid to go the extra mile and is a leader who is committed to continuous improvement and experiment with various tools and technology to make HR process robust and efficient. Great to have you here, ma'am.
The session will be on the topic which we spoke upon just few minutes back, keeping the human touch alive in the Gen Z world. It will be a 25 minutes of keynote session followed by 5 minutes of questions and answers. We request the delegates to ask their questions with a raise of hand post the session, and those who have joined us via virtually live streaming by putting your questions in the comment box. Without any further ado, ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone who's here and who's joined online. And thank you, Dr. Vandana and SIOM team for inviting here. And thank you, Jaspreet, for a lot of knowledge and learning that I had. I think it was very powerful and something that I could definitely resonate with. So thank you for that. I represent the organization called 3SC, which I co-founded in 2012. So prior to that, I've worked with various organizations as has been already introduced. But coming from, I think a lot of things Jaspreet has already captured in his discussion that he highlighted. So evolution of human resources from personal IR and admin to now getting specialized into TA, L&D, OD and all. So I think there has been a lot of change, evolution in the way HR has operated. But the fact remains, from ages, HR and finance, I think these are two functions which every successful organization has realized that these are two key functions. If they get enough empowerment, authority, and value creation space to create value, all those organizations have greatly benefited. But with that, I think it's the IPO theme also that I love that SIOM has created and tried to cover. So I think we started this organization specialized on the domain of supply chain solutions, wherein we started offering the combination of product and services. And we have two BUs. One is supply chain execution and another is supply chain analytics. So the kind of resources we have. So within one organization, we are operating two full organization of different skill set that we have on the execution side of the business and the skill set on the analytics piece. So we have data science, Python, React, engineering teams, QA, on demand planner, SNOP practitioners, consultants. So all those on one side of the BU, and on the other side, we have people from warehouse supervisors to loaders to transport specialists, digital control tower. So I think managing human resource team, managing these two things, we realize as we started growing that you need to have a separate set of policies, because the expectation of both teams are very different as well, right? Maybe I'm going a little off track from the topic, which I would cover, but I thought to give the
challenges or put the things in perspective as an organization, what we have experienced and what we have learned. So as as it's already said that, to win the work marketplace, you first need to have the workplace, and people remain the core part of the workplace, right? So whether we are operating hybrid, we are operating work from home or office. So people is the essential and constant here. So we started in 2012 as a bootstrap, work from home. Again, maybe we were a bit advanced already in 2012 when we started from one room in my house. And now, as recent as 2020, during the pandemic, we had a private equity onboarded. So I think that's been the journey. So we started as 4 people working in a room from my home, and today we have presence across India, and in fact we have started our entity in Netherlands, in Singapore, Zurich, and in India we already have our corporate office in Gurgaon, our delivery center in Pune, and on the SCE side of the business we are spread across India. So that's how we have grown. We are trusted by 30 customers, and very happy to share that the focus on diversity, I wouldn't say only women, but the equality, we have been talking about opportunity creation. So we have about overall 25% of female population in 3SC, and on the management level about 20% in core functions that we have been able to onboard. And I think importance of HR, we can continue about this topic, how well we can add value. So as a business enabled function, I think, again, the definition, there has been a lot of debates on whether it should be treated as a corporate function or a support function or a business enabler, so those debates have always continued. However, the role of HR starts from the inception of the organization, from hiring the right resources to creating conducive workplace. But retention, development, I think those are key areas: learning and development, giving them career opportunities. And again, we as HR leaders or HR practitioners have to constantly be in touch with the reality. We can't decide sitting in the ivory tower, that this policy has been existing for ages and this is what is going to work. It's not, because the expectations are changing. So being touched with the reality, being touched with people and understanding what they need and how quickly you are able to respond and work around those expectations to manage is something that we all need to work. So some of the core values which have helped us in the organization, not only here, but based on the previous organization that I've worked, and we realized, these are things people look forward to. So we said a lot of, so we decided as an organization culture of value, we said you act like an owner, no matter which project you take, which team you take, you should take the decision-making for that. What if you were in the leader's position? So networking and, experience, everything has to go with the structure. So there are structures around, we would ensure you don't fail, but act like an owner as if this was your decision making and act on that and fail fast so that we can scale fast. So don't just keep waiting to take decisions, right? So we said employee empowerment, cross-functional experience and teams has been one of our key priorities. So we keep rotating people from projects to departments, which at the time of hiring itself, we focus that, if you have a rigid mindset of focusing on the job descriptions, the job role, they are just broad frameworks. But as a scale-up organization, as a startup organization, you should be prepared mentally if you want to grow in your career, that you would be pulled into multiple things. And probably a lot of times we don't even realize till we have done something that this is what we like doing, especially in corporates, right? So we focus a lot on that. And with definitely the basic expectation on integrity, respect, inclusion, transparency, and fairness as a behavior. So digitalization, what it has done, of course, we couldn't, as organizations, I think not 3SC, but any organization couldn't have survived if we couldn't cope up with the challenges that COVID had, brought. So overnight there was, yes, swift response required. So we were just talking before when I came in, that were we prepared? The answer is absolutely not. None of us was, because the infrastructure was not in place. There are still a lot of organizations, including ours, who are still trying to figure out the way how to capture the productivity, how to capture the output of resources who are working from home. And then this new discussion on moonlighting has come on surface, which was already there, existing, but whether you formalize it, pros and cons, are we willing to acknowledge before we start acting and working on the policy framework around it? I think that's the next topic which is going to be faced by all of us. So in terms of, I think what digital initiatives have done, technology has done, is enable all the businesses, consumer, to bring speed, resolve complexity, real-time tracking for anything, whether it's from Swiggy or Amazon, a packet being delivered or food being cooked. So we feel empowered because we have the visibility. And the same applies to any organization's communication flow, the visibility. I think that is very, very important for any of the function, not only HR. So HR or any other department can just put the policy work along with others, but how it is executed on ground will become a part of mandate for all the leaders, all the practitioners, all the team managers. So HR, I have realized, cannot do anything alone, because each manager, each resource who's having a team of people has to partner in any initiatives that HR is taking for it to succeed. So therefore, the networking part which Jaspreet highlighted is very important to have in collaboration, whether it is an initiative on policy or a workplace or a work-related initiative. I think collaboration, that's where it's going to work. And it has worked for us as well. So I think, is it all good when we are talking about digitalization? No, not really. A lot of jobs being automated, a lot of job cuts, right? And we are talking about companies going on cost-cutting drive, vulnerability in terms of data breach, security. So should we worry about it? There have been a lot of changes already. We have all evolved from where we were decades ago and today. Changes are part of life, changes are constant, and so is technology. And it is something, whether it's AI, machine learning, data, I think that's something a part of us now and is going to remain. It's not something we can avoid just with the fear that these are the cons. There are a lot of upside and few downside, like for every other thing. So digitalization has brought positives, negatives, but can it replace humans? So there was a study which said that there is going to be a 80%, 86% job reduction due to automation in US. But there was yet another study which said there are going to be 133 million jobs created against the 75 million jobs being cut because of the new roles coming up. So yes, it could be that digitalization is going to automate a lot of things or redundant jobs, which is good. But should we start fearing and resisting the digitalization? The answer is no, because as a human tendency, apart from the technology teams, a lot of part in the organization still is manual, whether it's finance, whether it's operations, a lot of things are being done manually, even in HR. And automation, the moment you say we are going to automate, the first thought the team has is, are we going to be asked to leave? The answer is no. To operate or to manage any technological reforms, you need people. You still need to have people. But the key remains what my fellow colleague asked on the learning and development. I think we all need to start thinking of upskilling the existing resources, considering the infrastructure changes that we are trying to make, the challenges we are facing today, and the technology which we are going to bring to address. And is our people, the people who are involved in managing those existing operations, what is the new skill set that they need, and how as an organization you can equip them, upskill them to prepare for the changes tomorrow. I think we have talked a lot about the networking, the changes happening around, but there are so many challenges, even as I think many of you are facing because of the work from home or hybrid. I think this was a great initiative that Jaspreet mentioned about market workplace that you guys created. But still, I feel the challenge is that people who are working from home feel not as a part of the overall organization. I think, how do you replace that? Is there an answer readily available with any of us? I think there are a lot of initiatives being taken by every organization, but there is no perfect answer for anything as of now. So I think all of us are trying to do different things and see what succeeds. But at the same time, there's yet another aspect which came up during COVID, which was on mental health, well-being of the employees, which again started throwing more emphasis on, is remote working okay? Is working from home okay? Or hybrid okay? So I personally believe that being flexible is the key rather than having a rigid policy or defined policy around. So for me, I think it's worked to have a flexible framework around having people come to office for a few days, because there is no substitute to personal connects, right? So we can all leverage different platform, which is absolutely a brilliant idea to have that, a lot of time when the organizations have grown so big, it's difficult to even figure out what skill set is sitting within the organization already, and you go out looking for it. So therefore, we have a lot of emphasis on internal job postings, also referrals for talent acquisition team. A lot of resources we hire through referrals. The reason being, already what is the kind of culture, expectation, and it becomes easy if the new person already has understood it from the resources who are already part of your family, right? And coming from the perspective of referral or skill set, I think, again, very rightly said, we all hire people for what they have done in past and expect them to do something very different there. So I think, again, the idea is having the right infrastructure in place to capture, and a database which technology can help to retrieve when there are new roles being offered, which provides an opportunity, career opportunity or development opportunity for the existing team as well. Finding out the reasons to connect is not the right thing. Finding the objective why we are connecting, and how frequently should we connect as HR or as any other leaders. So I think each manager becomes a representative of HR for me. I think that's where, so we realized very recently after COVID, so there were a lot of promotions, a lot of hirings, but a lot of grievance was there, a lot of noise was there regarding guidance, mentoring, directions. Knowledge sharing is happening across level, but where would the direction come from? So we realized while doing the root cause analysis that a lot of people were very capable in terms of functional knowledge, but they have never handled a team before. So even if it was one person, right? So that's where again the learning and development. So we organize we organize first-time managers workshop. So I think how you use the technology in favor for the transformation or initiatives that you're trying to make in the organization, what works for your business, what works for your people is something you can figure out only when we start collaborating, networking, and understanding. So sitting in isolation, silos, we cannot make any organization or any function succeed. So again, humans everywhere, the bottom or the top of the organization is again driven by no matter which technology, which software you bring. I think it's end of the day people who are going to drive. So AI can throw you the forecast, it can show you the predictions, but decision making still lies with humans. So that's how powerful we are. And only as humans, we know what to expect from the technology or machines. So we are evolving, we need to adapt to technology, but we cannot substitute the importance, we cannot substitute or undermine the importance of human capital that we have in any organization. SIOM, McLennan, Army, Armed Forces, or 3SE, or any other organization. I think people remain the critical part of the organizations. So yeah, only human have power to lead the expectation. So there's no replacement. So thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed meaningful and extraordinary session. It was undoubtedly inspirational and excellent food for thought for us and fellow delegates as well. We will now proceed with the Q&A session. I request the delegates present over here to ask their questions via a raise of hand, while the others who have joined online can put up their questions in the comment box.
Hi, Sarita. Hi. Congratulations on your journey of building 3SC. I think it's really motivating and to see the way you have evolved over time. I think you touched upon a very beautiful point with respect to belongingness of people working from home. I would want to understand that how easy, difficult, or what were the steps that you took as an organization to bring the sense of belongingness amongst your people, when they were working from home, because that was one aspect that you touched upon, and that's a very sensitive piece too.
So I think for us, last 2 years, we have seen phenomenal growth in terms of people, in terms of organization growth, organization footprint being spread, and including the growth capital, because we have been a bootstrapped organization since we started, and it's only in 2020 that we onboarded the private equity for B series funding. Now, when we started onboarding people, everything was virtual, right? Like all of us faced, whether it was hiring, connecting, onboarding, joining, inductions, orientation, connects with people, review meetings. Forget about KRAs. Nobody was bothered. It was all about having people on board and getting them started. There was no focus on KRAs, what is going to be delivered. So the only concern we had, so we saw a lot of joinings, we saw a lot of churn happening constantly because of the same reason that everybody was focused on work. There were morning till evening, crazy meetings till night happening, different time zones you are operating. So everybody is working, stressed out, and doing household work also, doing office work also. It was kind of throwing different challenges in terms of productivity, in terms of people's health. Somebody was seriously ill, somebody needed some sort of attention and support, and networks definitely help. So we realized one of unfortunate event, we lost one of the employees. So the locals who were there rushed for the help despite being in a COVID situation. There was lockdown everywhere, but people were there to help each other, to support, because a lot of people are have come out and were stuck wherever they were. So I think networking helped. Connecting with people, we started regular town halls, regular connects with resources. So we divided, as HR spokes, we divided the team and allocated a set of people that every day you're going to reach out to these people, even if it's saying hi, hello, we need to own them. Right. So that we did during the COVID period. But post that, there are weekly connects that we do. There are monthly connects that we do. We do town hall, we do skip level meetings. We invite people over on a rotational basis to visit corporate office or to the nearest office so that they connect, they have a FaceTime with their managers, with the team members. It's very important to network. And it's very important to understand. A lot of people, you would be surprised, or maybe I think all of us can relate to. You have interviewed, you have done orientation, but when they come in front of you, you barely can recognize. Right? I think many of us have realized that. At least I have felt very embarrassed at times because the employee knows you. Because for them, it's that thing, that connect is very important for them, which we forget. Unfortunately, we undermine the importance of human connect at that time. So I think something that helped was conscious effort to make them feel inclusive by reaching out to them, by inviting them to have personal connects for review meetings and all. So that's how we have been so far able to do it.
Hi, Sarita, this is Rupali. Thank you for this insightful session. I just have one question. We talk about human capital. The important aspect that we cannot ignore is the emotions. So just wanted to know your opinion. In this current generation, we see people who are being high on emotions. So how is it going to impact the organizations? And is it really important to have people in the system who are really high on emotions?
Yes, there are. And all of us, I think, so somebody, or many times I hear in the interview sessions or interactions, what is your strength or weakness? A lot of people end up saying, I am very emotional. And my response to that has always been, you are human. So it's nothing wrong to be emotional. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel ecstatic. It's okay to feel sad or depressed. I think we are all humans and emotions are part of us. I mean, otherwise we would also be machines, right? So when it comes to mental health, well-being, that's what I wanted to touch base on. I think this not feeling part of the overall organization or part of the team is one trigger that I have always realized. No matter how skilled people are, how well they have been performing, one of the reason is emotions. They decide on emotional basis to exit because they are not feeling engaged or tied to the bigger objective or the vision of the organization, or they don't feel part of the team that they are working in or where they are contributing to. The emotions could be high because of, or low because of the workplace, because of family situation. So we have been putting a lot of emphasis and a lot of interventions in terms of employee well-being and making the workplace. So we are doing online sessions. We have engaged external agencies to do regular sessions with people. And in case, and also we follow skip level, open culture kind of, open communication kind of policy. In fact, we have introduced mentor-mentee session where people can discuss, and that is cross-functional again. So I think we are trying to give the space and trying to create a culture where people feel safe to communicate without having a fear that if I express this against my manager or something which is on my family front happening, shouldn't be shared with anyone else. I think that culture, that maturity again relates back to learning and development. I think ensuring the mentors understand the objective, the construct of what is the expectation from them. Right. And especially having Gen Z and Gen Y in the organizations, they will, again, a lot of things will come with age. You evolve through experience and age. right? We may not be relevant anymore to technology. We are immigrants, as Jaspreet said. But I think something that with age you learn is to manage emotions better. Emotions are part of us, but I think how well you can manage them is the only key. And with having somebody in the workplace that you can confide in, you can trust is the key.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Thank you for the insightful session. And I'd just like to add on to the question asked recently. Ma'am, we know that the HR is very important to keep the humanness alive in their organization. But we also know, as ma'am asked, that at times riding high on emotions also is very erroneous and may cause to fatigue and various other dilemmas. So, ma'am, in that situation, what can we do? Is there certain roadmaps, or are there certain, models that we can refer to so that we do not have erroneous decisions, especially in the future where we have technologies like machine learning and AI and virtual integrations? Would you like to suggest any of those methodologies that we can implement? Thank you, ma'am.
I think it's again, AI and ML can give you the tools, but end of the day, it's again the humans. If you're running high on emotions, no system can help you. You still want a hug, isn't it? If you're crying, you still want a shoulder. You can't go back and expect the computer or a tool to respond to you. So there are a lot of tools available for training. There are a lot of tools online, platforms like Coursera, Udemy, and so many others have offerings on training and development, but there is no substitute on the job trainings, right? Similarly, there are a lot of tools, but end of the day, to manage emotions, you need a safe place, I would say, to connect and to be able to express what you're feeling.
Ma'am, we have received one question from the audience back at the campus. It is more of tech and HR oriented. So it says that data privacy has become quite a big problem and talk of the town in today's world. How to ensure the human touch is able to cope up with data privacy issues as well?
So I think that's where the tools and technology you need to adapt to. Creating silo in terms of working or operating is not the way to succeed, but creating silos when it comes to handling the data, handling the emotional part of the organization, is something that has to be done with the help of tool and technology, right? And on the emotions part, it's by training the individuals who are part of the coach or who are playing the role of coach, or ensuring that your leaders understand that sentiment part of the employees. Because at times, if employee goes and says something and it happens, none of us can say it doesn't happen. There are emotional reactions by leaders also that, okay, if you're not happy, you can leave, which doesn't work because the new person who's going to come also maybe in the same situation. The question to ask there should be why and what else can we do? Is there a skill set that can be utilized in any other department or team or project? If there is an interpersonal equation. So all those things are to be addressed by humans. But when it comes to data privacy, data security, that has to be ensured by these systems and training the resources who are managing that data. I think sensitizing is the key there.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We have one more question, right?
Hi, Sarita sir. Good morning. During your presentation, a topic was covered regarding job reduction due to automation. So my question was that if due to automation, some jobs were lost. So, and new hirings due to automation may come. So what role an organization do to retain these employees by educating them or training them, as well as to hire new employees? What is your thought on that?
So I think in one of the town halls, I had shared the data with the entire team that there are a lot of layoffs happening right now because of the dried up or reduced funding right now. So you saw very recently a lot of people being laid off, unfortunately, because of the financial issues or business model not working well, and automation. I think these three have been the key reasons. specifically in our organization, our endeavor has been to upskill people and do job rotations so that we never reach to a situation. In fact, I can tell you with a lot of pride that while there has been a lot of job cuts happening across, even during COVID, we did not lay off a single person, not a single resource. I think so. We've never walked down, and again, that brings to a point that when I said act like owners, so that DNA in the organization is a cultural thing to inculcate, and all of us as leaders need to ensure that we percolate down those values, right? So we have been a bootstrapped organization and a profitable organization. Even if the profit was 1 rupee from very first year, we have been a profitable organization. And the reason for that is we have always managed our resources very consciously. And that has come from bottoms up. Each person who's in their area has been very conscious because of the sensitization, because of the constant communication that we have been doing with people, and very openly that let's not hire too many people in this work if it can be done by, few of you. Even if you cannot hire one person and can manage the output without compromising on quality, we should do that. The reason being, we don't want to ever reach a situation where we are playing with people's career and emotions by asking them to leave because we have not been able to manage the business well, right? And that is something throughout the organization, across the organization, we talk very openly that let's be frugal. We don't mind investing in the tools, technology, people development, everything, infrastructure, everything is must. But how much frugal can you be is the key, so that you don't reach a situation and still upskilling the people ahead of time, whether it's ensuring people are learning R or Tableau or Power BI, or people management skills, soft skill or functional skills. I think we have been investing a lot in training people, giving them opportunity to move cross-function. And another very important thing, we have not created the fear by taking actions for failures. We all fail, right? But failure should not become a factor where you stop taking initiatives. And not necessarily that everything I do or you do, we will succeed or we have not failed. All of us have. And that also brings to a learning. So that is where the framework works, a policy process works, but then freedom to operate, freedom to take decision, and giving them act like owners so that they are owning what they're doing. It has worked for us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for addressing all our queries.
Thank you so much.
It gives a new and a fresh perspective to our existing thoughts. So here I would like to take this opportunity to thank our audience too for their brilliant and thoughtful questions. Ma'am, it's an absolute pleasure to host you here on the event. Now we would like to take this moment to felicitate Ms. Das with a memento as a token of our gratitude. We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, MacV, Super Smelly, and Safe Express. We would like to call upon Dr. Yashomandara Khade to do the honors.
Thank you, ma'am. We request you to kindly take your seat. Let us all break for lunch now. We will connect back sharp at 1:30 p.m. Our HR Summit student team is in and around the venue. Feel free to reach out to us for any assistance required. I request the speakers fellow delegates, and SIOM faculty to head towards the lunch area, requesting the student team to help them out. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy.
We believe that the previous sessions were engaging and the platform helped you network among yourselves.
We owe the success of HR Summit 2022 to our sponsors. It gives us immense pleasure to thank Audi Mumbai South, official automobile partner, MacV, official eyewear partner, Campus Times Pune, official youth partner, Budani Bros, official snacking partner, Startup Talkie, official outreach partner, ED Times, official blog partner, Iskia, official global knowledge partner.
Radio Vishwas, official radio partner, Super Smelly, official gifting partner, Noah Fest and Unstop, official event listing partner, City Goodies, official gift hamper partner, DU Beat, official media partner, Safe Express, official supply chain partner, and Absolute Barbecue, official food partner.
So, Angelina Davis once said, "I'm no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I'm now changing the things that I cannot accept." Such a powerful message this sentence delivers. It depicts how the landscape has changed from women suffering under patriarchy to them standing shoulder to shoulder with men and marking their mark in society. On this note,
it brings us great pleasure to start off this panel discussion for HR Summit 2022 Delhi chapter. It's an honor to host such a wonderful lineup of industry stalwarts on this platform and with this audience as well. I would like to begin sharing a few words about our esteemed panelists.
Our first panelist is Ms. Sandhya Gopalakrishnan, Delivery Operations, Transformation and Change Management for Cognizant. Ms. Gopalakrishnan has moved between the corporate and academic space throughout her career. But one thing that has been constant, that has remained constant, was her constant association with HR. She has led organizational development programs in academic and non-academic areas to focus on employee training, cultural change campaigns, policies, and system, along with ideating organizational development initiatives around leadership, team effectiveness, and career mobility through skilling and career development programs. She has over 20 years of experience serving and has held position in Amity University, IIM University, Tycoon Marketing Management, and O Positive Communication. Her unique combination of academic and corporate experience has enabled her to create impact not only in current HR-related decisions, but also shape those of the future in the students she has mentored. We all have no doubt that she will have some very valuable insight to share for this panel discussion. Glad to have you, ma'am.
Ma'am, we request you to kindly grace the occasion and come up the stage. Our second panelist for today, Mr. Sahil Nair, who's currently the National Head for Campus and TA Transformation, as well as a Senior Associate Director at KPMG India. Mr. Nair leads the People function for the Delivery Center at KPMG India and works very closely with the firm's senior leadership to drive the business. He also serves as a visiting faculty to various institutions and teaches on various topics such as economics of human resources, organization structure, design and theory, strategic and international human resource management, and much more. Mr. Nair has contributed a lot to current human resource practices and is also the shaping future of the HR, no doubt. Sir, we are glad to have you with us today. Our third panelist for the day, Ms. Nupur Jha, is an esteemed alumnus of SIOM and an astute leader who has worked across multiple industries and handled a variety of portfolios. Ms. Jha is currently associated with McCain Foods as the National Manager Supply Chain. She has worked across multiple organizations, including Colgate-Palmolive, Glenmark Pharmaceuticals, PepsiCo, and Sterlite Technologies. She has also successfully fostered her entrepreneurial spirit by being the founder of Tasty Tribe. She is a CPIM certified rounded supply chain professional and leader having expertise in demand and supply planning, logistics, distribution and transportation, network optimization, project management, and Six Sigma as well. Her grit, determination, perseverance, and an innate ability to manage large and complex teams has helped her grow through the ranks to the top. We are sure her on-ground experience coupled with leadership insights would be a great value addition to the discussion. Ma'am, it's an honor to have you here.
We had planned to have our fourth panelist for the day in the form of Ms. Bhavna Batra, Executive Director, People and Global Programs Leader at S&P Global. However, unfortunately, due to medical emergency at personal end, Ms. Batra had to drop off from the panel discussion. We would like to thank her for her kind support throughout the course. Now that we have introduced our all-star lineup of panelists, we would like to share the theme for today's panel discussion. She Rose, the dawn of female leadership. Now that we have the formalities out of the way, we would finally like to kickstart this much awaited panel discussion. I extend a warm welcome to all the speakers.
The session will be moderated by Dr. Yashomandira Kharde. She is our pillar of support throughout this event. Dr. Kharde is an assistant professor and head of corporate relations and placements at SIOM Nashik with 11 plus enriching years of experience in higher education. Dr. Kharde's expertise lies in marketing management, customer relationship management, sales management, and performance management. She is a veteran community and social service professional with a Doctor of Philosophy in Consumer Behavior. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
This panel discussion will be of 35 minutes and the forum will be open to 10 minutes for Q&A session for the delegates. I would encourage the delegates to put forth their question by raising their hands. Now, I request Dr. Yashomandira Kharde to start with the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shreyas and Radhika. You know, when we came up with this panel topic, She Rose, and it's a dawn where, you know, we want the woman to be out in the leadership role. A lot of things are going. I just wanted to set the context first. And what we have done is we are changing it up a bit. So we want to make it interactive. So we are going to ask the audience also the question, which is going to be live on the screen. There's going to be code, Mentimeter code going to come. You have to visit the website and share your answers. The questions are simple so that, you know, we just get to know what's in the minds of the audience out here who are attending in the event, plus
those who are attending it virtually. Just to set the context of this panel discussion, it's easy for criticism to stop you from pursuing what you want to do, but it is important, keep going no matter what happens. With this thought, it just came up recently, the current Prime Minister of Finland, Miss Sanna Marin, she was being criticized heavily across the globe for her going up on a dance party, enjoying herself with her own group of friends, where she had an off time away from being a Prime Minister of Finland. This criticism actually reached the global levels, and it was not so very easy for her to really buckle up, but she still stood up. She answered those criticism in the most stronger way she could have done it, and she clarified that she was not doing anything wrong, right? And till date, she continues to lead Finland forward, what she's been known. If we go through and scan through her profile, she's the youngest elected prime minister, across the globe. And she has successfully led the COVID-19 pandemic for her own country, wherein not too much of casualties and all. She handled it well. Also, her European stance against the Ukraine war is much known. So we just think this is what is happening currently across the globe. So India is, somewhere where again we have to move across. So these three questions which comes on the screen right now, it's for all of us to answer it. Yes, so can we have the first question on the screen? The first question which comes is, one word to describe the most influential woman leader in your life. So this is the code. You have to visit the Mentimeter website and just put on this code of 17589522. Just visit that Mentimeter website. Can we just have that website back again? So this question will, once you put the code, the question will come up on the screen. We can instantly see the results also. Want to show the second question and then, okay. So for this question, the code is 17589522. Okay. The second question is, how would you articulate the leadership style of the women that have impacted your life? The code for this is 11891334. So we'll just quickly see what's happening up again. 11891334 is the code to answer this question. Okay, so I would request the panelists just to give an eye about the responses we are getting for the second question. And this word cloud actually, tells us what's actually going in the mind of the audience out here and online. And if you see, strong is the word which has come up. Yes, confident, brilliant.
Even dictatorial is one of them.
Yes, dictatorial, yes. This is what, guiding light. So strong again, empathetic again came up. These are votes, 29 people have voted. So around those 29 people, empathy and strong is what it is actually coming up. Can we have for the third question? What is the answer? What are we getting it up? Yes. Describe in one word a woman who has helped you grow professionally and impacted your career. There's a code 8563778. The same website, when you go, there's a third question which pops up. Can we see the answers, please? Can you help us out with the answer? Question 3. Okay. So mother supportive is the word which strongly come out for this question. I think this is what we all think of, a woman that has grown up professionally and impacted your career is mother, supportive, a brilliant, inspirational, brilliant leader. So, right, great, thank you. So 32 responses for it. So mother, mom, I think we all believe she has been so strong, but this was something what goes up in the audience as well as those who are attending from here as well as online. So thank you so much for all those responses. And now starting, our discussion. Sahil, first question to you. The culture within the company depends on the company itself, right? So what can a human resource person or a manager can improve processes or things in their company to grow or progress an organization hand in hand with culture?
Okay, so first of all, SIOM, thank you so much for having me over. It's always beautiful being together with everything that you do and organize. I think today's topic that we're really talking about is very paramount. And you spoke about a very fuzzy word called culture, because many people use culture as a word in a manner that suits them. And I think culture, to my mind, is something that can really demonstrate and depict everyday behavior. So it's not something that gets formed by certain group of people coming in or a transformational specialist coming in and telling you this is your culture. Culture is about how do people behave every single day at the workplace. And having said that, I think fundamentally, whether it's processes, policies, it's what do you do so that everything gets tied up back to that word called culture. I'll give you a very, very simple example. So many organizations say your family, right? But when downsizing happens, when the going is not easy, they're the first ones to say, you know what, you're not performing well. I think you need to find another home. Who does that with family? No one. Of course, we all have fights with our family members. We'll have arguments. We will have debates. We will have instances where you won't agree. You'll get upset. You'll get angry. But do you walk out of the house and never come back? Never happens, right? So I think this whole dhakoslagiri, if I may use that word as a very colloquial word, to say, itne dhongi hai log. Ya bulao mat na family. Why are you calling them family? They are colleagues. They come to work. They're doing a job. They are giving you their time. You're paying them for their time. It is a contract. Call it a contract. But if you're calling them family, there are so many people during COVID times who have not been paid. When the same promoter is flying out to New York and putting pictures on Instagram, celebrating some part, taking a resort and saying, oh, but you know what? There's a bubble here and therefore I'm on this island. And that guy is saying, you know what? I've not got salary for the last 6 months. And you're going there and blowing up money and you say, I'm family. That's not the way you treat me. So I think that is culture. The second example of what I would really call as resonating with culture is this whole aspect of how do you really stand by people when they need you the most, right? A lot of us have put up, every organization puts up amazing values on their notice board, on their meeting rooms, and they say, these are our values. And I think fundamentally, most organizations have been put to test during the COVID period to say whether they really lived those values or not. Because these were testing times, these were times when no one knew what's going to happen tomorrow, right? One fine day we were lighting diyas, next day we were bajaying talis. We didn't really know what was happening. Suddenly Omicron comes, then Delta comes. Suddenly you're going to office one day, you have 10 cases of COVID. You say, okay, now work from home, right? And I think, ironically, the last piece that I want to touch upon on culture is many of us as custodians of culture in the HR space get it so wrong. And we get it so wrong because we actually make policies, and you touched upon the word policies. For 20% of the people, we make policies. And that disturbs the remaining 80% of the people. Think of it, right? If I'm an organization that believes in trust, do I need a very simple example like an expense report to go to my performance manager for him to spend 15 minutes checking all my expenses and then approving it? And then I say, you know what? We trust our employees. Damn it, if you trust your employees, make it a no approval process. And then if someone is caught forging bills or putting a wrong claim, have a very, very strong deterrent to ensure that it never gets repeated. Because then in the beginning on day one, someone knows that if trust gets misused, there is no trust deficit. There's the door waiting for you. Whereas creating a policy which is so cumbersome, half of the people won't even claim the expense. They'll say you go onto a system, put the bill, then ask, then questions asked, then revert. The guy will say, forget it. Yeah, it's a small amount, 100, 200 bucks. Why claim the money? It's okay. I can afford it. Yeah. So opening thoughts, but we'll talk more as we move ahead.
Yes. A second question before I move to Sandhya and Nupur then. Nowadays, more companies are committing to gender equality. But if you see and if you look at the figures and stats coming out, the progress still remains very, very slow, unless until there are blind spots about diversity and then are confronted, or the companies gives up a report, yes, DEI, we are stronger on it. So we would like to have your opening remarks before I move to Sandhya and Nupur on it. What are your thoughts on this?
So if I may be slightly provocative, I think it's a farce. It's a complete farce because think of it this way, right? When you reach a certain level of being eligible to start working, and in certain segments, the supply itself is so limited, what are you really going to do? And then plus, at every milestone that a woman goes through in her life, whether it is parenthood, whether it is board exams of children, or whether it is doing anything else in life or getting the child married, I think corporate India has not been very, very welcoming to these milestones in a woman's life. And ironically, I'm saying woman's life because I am, for one, a person who believes that a woman shoulders maximum responsibility during these milestones. And unfortunately, being a guy, I'm saying this and I'm generalizing, I don't think men do enough in India.
Great.
I think men take it for granted कि ये तो मेरी बीवी का काम है या ये तो मेरी माँ करेगी क्योंकि मैं तो बैठ के खाऊंगा, right? And I think that is the irony that we need to really work on, which is the whole mindset shift. Second, as a very fundamental point, when you start at the grassroots level, right, the government, as well as the corporate world, as well as institutions and everyone who's responsible to bring that equality somewhere doesn't do it. In hinterland of India, you're saying, बच्ची को तो school जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, बेटा school जाएगा, right? And therefore, how do you work with the Gram Panchayat? How do you work with the local government to say, at that level, you don't even need to bring in the question of equality? Because the moment you seed in the question of equality means you're saying there's lack of equality, right? And therefore, if the guy is going to school, the girl is also going to school. What's the big deal? And then as a woman goes through various stages of her life and these milestones, so many organizations are doing returning women's program or returning mothers program. I think we've just hyped it up in such a big manner because we want to prove a point that's saying, you know what, we want to be a differentiator. But why would I not welcome a man back? Why would I not welcome a veteran back? Why would I not welcome someone who's had a physical handicap back? Why would I not welcome someone who's lost a job in COVID times, went through mental depression, couldn't work for 2 years, and today is saying, you know what, somewhere I've gathered the courage. Somewhere I've gathered the courage, and I think, you know what, I want to try working again. Although I lost my mental peace, I lost my stability, I lost the entire way that I could come and work. Give me an opportunity. But, you know, that doesn't sell, right? What sells is, oh, the woman agenda. I think so. Therefore, we latch on to that.
Okay, great. Sandhya, moving on to you, the country realizes economic empowerment of women is extremely important to bridge the gap between the gender inequality. So what do you feel? How much of the supports are actually being helpful to the women? And what can we introduce to help the budding female or women leaders to come with full potential, picking up from where Sahil left up. So good afternoon, everyone. And Sahil, great points. Totally resonate with what you have said. I think the first point of basic thing that I would say is a woman, anything that she does, the society does not consider it organic. It's like a returnship program. It finds space. It needs to kind of have a policy for her to come back, the maternity leave, everything. We are not understanding that maternity is biological. Okay, that's first thing. Welcoming women back into the organization and hyping up is not required. It has to be organic. The fact that we keep giving that exclusivity to women, it's first self a point where we kind of are bringing down women leadership. The reason being, there are a lot of kind of questions, and that's what I was talking to Sahil and other people, that there are some very standardized questions that women are asked in their interviews. How will you balance your home? How will your children manage when you're going to travel? How will your family respond to your late night works? I don't think we see these kind of questions coming for men. And I think that is something that we need to change. Secondly, women leadership, we come with a mindset that because she burdens all the kind of worries of a home, she's the one who has to take care of all the milestones. When your child starts going to school, when your child starts having some kind of issues as a young adolescent girl, or when they are going to get married, or any kind of crisis at home, it's the woman. Like, it's understood, बच्चा बीमार है, तो माँ को रात को बैठ के बच्चे को देखना है. But उसको सुबह उठ के, she has to still work, right? So organizations are not very open in having women leadership because of this. And I think it's very important that we change that. We need to understand that today we are looking at a world where both men and women have to play an equal responsibility. And we cannot diffuse the fact that women are equally capable of performing roles at leadership level. We have examples like Indra Nui. We have so many other leaders. I look up to different leaders at different junctures of my life. I've looked up to Indra Nui. I've looked up to Michelle Obama. And of late, I look at this prime minister who has been accused of partying. But just because she was partying in her personal space does not make her a bad woman leader. It does not kind of at any point in time reflect that she cannot or is not capable of leading her country. I don't think there would be such kind of questions coming to men. Thirdly, I love what Priyanka Chopra said, that when we women as a society, fight for our rights. It's not biological rights that fight. We are not going to say tomorrow men have to deliver babies. We never say that. We are fighting for cognitive rights. We are saying that give us equal space, give us equal opportunities, give us equal pay, recognize our talent and potential irrespective of what we come from. Like there are so many things, and I come from an armed forces background, and most of the time we are all separated from our families. I burden the responsibility of so many things. That does no way a reflection of me not performing on my work front. I mean, I have been asked questions, oh, you compromised your career. I said, no, I have prioritized my life. And I think that's very important that each one of us understand. Today, as women leaders, and for everyone, the young people here, there are 3 G's that I constantly focus on, and the 3 L's. The 3 G's are give, grow, gain. Simply because if you give, you grow and you gain individually, collectively, organization, and you contribute back to the society. That itself is a big thing. The 3 L's, level, location, liability. We all have to balance this out as a woman to bring that equal status for women in our society. And it's a very open thing abroad that there are many stay-at-home fathers. There are many stay-at-home husbands, and the society does not look down upon them. But yahan par, India especially, and I'm not criticizing our culture. I'm not criticizing our country. I love my country. I'm an absolute patriot. That, oh, घर पे रहते हो आप, बीवी के पैसे की कमाई में जी रहे हो. That's not a statement that we really need to work. Why can't we celebrate a woman's success as much as we celebrate her pregnancy? I think that's absolutely so important. We don't do that. We just celebrate, oh, you're going to be a mom, superb. Why can't we celebrate her success? Why can't we, women or men, come together to say, hey, let us raise a toast to you being a woman leader. And I think for me, when we had a second woman president, was a benchmark, was totally a benchmark. And I'm waiting for the day when we again have a woman prime minister in our country after Indira Gandhi. Thanks. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandhya. Over to you, Nupur. Leaving the thoughts where Sandhya said, let's celebrate women's success. And we are, as Priyanka Chopra said, like, we're fighting not for being a woman, but being appreciated for the work, what we have been done, and acknowledge our work. So on those thoughts, the question comes for you, Nupur, is, the emergence of women leaders have become a central point nowadays, and it's been considered that any organizations want to positively develop or move, women leaders have to be there. And consciously, a lot of companies are taking this steps towards. So we wanted to understand, your journey as a woman leader. How have you navigated to the power structures, early in your career when you started versus later or now in your career when you are in a formal leadership role? Over to you, Nupur.
Thank you, Yashwantara, and very well said, both of you, laid the context right in terms of, celebrations happening around the success and achievement of a woman leader. And I would just say that I have been a bit lucky in this field where, I have got if you talk about initial bosses or my family. So that ways, I think things have been a bit, I think, better suited where I could give in my best. So coming to your question where you're talking about early career versus later career, what are the power structures that I had to maneuver through? So I think the best part is here. Yes, power structure do exist in all the organizations, and you have to be, I would say, smart enough to navigate through them. And the best part is to start from, personal awareness. What are your strengths? What are your challenges, weakness, what you can do? And you can always play only and, leverage on your strengths. That is the most important, where most of us start with. Also knowing the organization and the role, what it demands, what the organization policies and values. Sahil spoke about culture, so that is very important. And if I have to talk about the power structures that existed in my case, mostly it does get easier, I would say, in the later part, when you're much aware of these structure and how you navigate through. So most of it, I think it depends, like it's 4 types. One is power structure above you, which comprises of top management, your bosses, how you deal with them, then your peers. This is the most difficult part, where you have to establish yourself, and internal stakeholders that you talk about. Third would be, I would say, your team, your subordinates, how you play around them, and play your journey, actually, play your cards. And last but not the least, even the external ecosystem partners that we interact with day in, day out. And mostly I'm coming from the supply chain and logistics distribution background that I'll talk about here. So starting from the first part, like so even in the initial part of career, I said I have been lucky, where I have got bosses who were mostly gender neutral or gender sensitive, and have always encouraged me to take up the challenging roles and ensure that we have your back, go ahead and play around. So in the initial career, it helped a lot. And even now, I would say that they are more concerned about your deliverables. They don't have those baggages around gender and, women leadership. They leave it once you are hired into an organization. That's very important. So what is the expectation that top management have from you is very important when you have to, be successful in this way. So that is one, understanding the expectation of the top management. As I said, second one, the peer, how to establish yourselves is the most difficult part, where I think if you are able to voice your opinion and bring your thoughts on the table, it's very important. And at times it leads to confrontation and conflict, but eventually you're able to manage through them. And it establishes your individuality in an organization. That's very important when you're rising the ranks of as women leader. Third is your subordinates and the team that you're leading with. Here, I think what plays most important part is the trust that they build, or you're able to build with the team, and understanding the problems at the grassroots level, understanding, being hands-on, so that they can come to you whenever they have a roadblock. How you facilitate their journey in the organization for them works in your favor for sure. And fourth is external ecosystem partners. I would say that outside world is not much ready as of now to see women, especially in logistics and distribution. When I take up a new role, I get many welcome mails saying that, welcome Mr. Nupur Jha, or welcome Mr. Jha. That is, I'm like very, very used to it. But communication plays important role, where, once you start connecting with them, they realize that, okay. And again, I wouldn't say they have much baggage, because they are at that level. So mostly if we, maneuver ourselves around these few layers and levels, we are able to navigate through our career well. And it does get easy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing up. You have anything in your mind? Okay. But then, yes, it's so relative that welcome, Mr. Nupur Jha.
I was just so happy that no one has said welcome, Miss Sahil.
Yeah. Good to say that. Oh, Miss Sahil.
Great. That's not a very different name. So it is definitely Mr. Sahib. It cannot be. Yeah. No kind of confusion on that.
Yeah. So Sandhya, I would like to ask you, a question on, see, today, politically and socio-economic climates, organizations are, probably making their own policies and plans for DEI inclusions, right? And work towards elevating the minority groups present, which will probably win both the business perspective and in the fierce competition of probably hiring up a diverse talent. So according to you, how do a woman in the leadership today feel about these changes? About having a DEI and behavior, having the minority groups coming up. And what is your take on the same? We would like to understand your perspective towards it.
I think it's a great question. I think diversity and inclusion is something which is not unique, but I think it's being brought to the forefront of late for so many reasons, especially in our country. As women leaders, I think it's a very integral part, and we women are more accepting to a lot of things because by nature, we are the caretakers. And I think any kind of, we have a compassion, we have more empathy, we have more understanding, and that's by nature. It's not kind of any offense to the male gender, but it's just by nature. That's the way we are. In the olden days, if you go back to our history, the men were the hunters, the women were the ones who used to be back home taking care. But of course, it has changed. I know some of the great allies that I have in my organization are males, are male leaders. I have some great friends who are male allies. But the biggest challenge is that 20% who is not millennials or Gen Zs, they have a very conservative approach. The younger generation, I feel, I call the millennials and the Gen Zs, millennials. It's more easier to kind of call them out. I feel the exposure, acceptance, the social media, thanks to the way the world is functioning now, they are more accepting to diversity and inclusion. So for us to deal with those set of people is very, very simple. We don't even need probably so much of training for them. It's very organic for them. So like when we talk about other programs, other initiatives like corporate social responsibility or outreach, it's automatically that the younger people jump to it because they say there is work one side, but I want to give it back to the society. So there are a lot of them who want to go and be part of this pride parade. Maybe they just want Instagram pictures. I'm not really sure. Or they want to just kind of say, hey, I support it. But they are there. They're open about it. They're absolutely open about it. As women leaders, I think bringing in the diversity perspective is important because it also reflects on our commitment to hiring. And today, we cannot be oblivious to the fact that we have different groups. We have the veterans, we have the returnship program, which I strongly feel we just keep tom-tomming about it. We have the LGBTQ, we have the disability group. We have to have the mindset to hire such people. And it's not only the mindset. We also need to provide the training, the infrastructure, and the support of the group to accept them rather than making fun. So there are people who undergo gender changes. There are people who undergo gender, but they are actually subjected to harassment. So in my previous role, before I moved into this role of change management and transformation, I know of people who are harassed because of gender change. And it was very, very sad, not for any other reason, but they just couldn't accept it. And in fact, we as women leaders were very welcoming, very open, very supportive that, it's okay. The organization is going to be supportive and, just go ahead. So we actually, it was a learning lesson for us
to develop such kind of training programs. So in a nutshell, it's not only on the surface of it to show that we are supporting diversity, but in reality, process, policy, and people are the ones that have to be aligned together in collaboration for accepting diversity. Otherwise, it's an absolute futile exercise. And we as women leaders actually do that. I mean, there are so many leaders who we keep constantly encouraging people that let's look at diverse hiring, let's look at people. And there are many organizations who do not even have in their recruitment forms for any of those features to come that are you belonging to a special group or anything of that sort. I think this has to change. And I think we should avoid asking personal questions. And that's something I constantly talk about. And that's something I feel it's not just that you say, hey, I'm an ally, but not do anything about it. If you believe in it, act on it. Otherwise, just don't support it. There are enough supporters in this world to take care of diversity and inclusion. So, but women leaders today, I would say, are more welcoming to diversity as compared to the other population. Thank you. Great. Thank you so much, Sandhya. Over to you, Sahil. Do you really think that corporates and government, and it's high time now, should collaborate at the grassroots level and devise a program to encourage young girls and groom them to be the women leadership? So we would like to understand your thoughts on it.
No, I couldn't agree more with you because I briefly touched upon this in the beginning, and I think a couple of things that Sandhya said, just a slightly contrary view. I think we're saying we want to have rights for being cerebral, right? Priyanka said it, Sandhya says it. I think fundamentally and again, this is a very personal view, so I'm taking it personally, but I think we've got it all wrong. And the reason why we've got it all wrong is, why do you need an ally? Why do you need an ally? Why do you need a validation from the other gender to say you're amazing? You know you're amazing. And if you know you're amazing, why do you need someone else to tell you that? If there is a genuine problem, you solve that problem. Why do you need someone to come in there? And as you very rightly said, Sandhya, there are many people who latch onto that bandwagon, not because their intent is to be a true ally, but because they want to be positioned or perceived as someone saying, oh, I'm doing something nice, right? Think of it this way, right? Dr. Vandana is leading a great institution. How many people walk up to her and say, you know what, but I have an issue because I'm a female in a female-led organization? At the cost of being more provocative, I have seen women pull down women a lot more than a man pulling down a man. We are not even talking about it. There are women who pull down women a lot more than men pull down men. We're not even talking about it. The fundamental challenge that we've completely ignored is this whole fact to say, at the grassroots level, we've done programs for the girl child, the government has done this, they've done that, there's a lot of money allocated, all that is great. But unless the mindset of society doesn't change to say, you know what, there is no difference. Because the moment you start creating that difference at a grassroots level, throughout the rest of your life, you will keep filling that gap up to say, farak hai, farak hai, farak hai, help karo, help karo, help karo. But if there is no difference, then it's anyway equals. Now, there's also a section of society that says women rights. And then there's a section of society that says, you know, don't treat us special. We are among you. We are just part of you. We are all part of each other. So I think there is so much of discrepancy between various schools of thought on a topic like this that we are all stuck up in this chaos. Because one part of society wants to say, give us our rightful share. Let the glass ceiling not apply to us. Don't think of us as people who can't do our job. Because we know how to do our job. We are smart enough. Don't discount us. I have seen so many people, so many female leaders who are alpha females, And they are out there doing all that they do without the need of getting a tag or a title or a designation or a position, and are just doing so well. And when you go and talk to people in their natural environment, they are in awe of them. They are in love with them because they say, boss, she is amazing and she's a brilliant female leader. Now, the third part of what I want to stress upon is, which we again completely ignored, is men also cry. Men also need allies. Men are also weak. Men also have the yin and the yang in them. And you can have a lot of men out there who are very feminine. And you spoke about the whole gender piece and the operation and all of that, which is another extreme, right? Which is because there is a various mindset to that. But you could also have a guy who is out there in the middle of all the action and saying, you know what, I'm taking all the tough decisions. I need to lead this team. I need to lead this organization. But he goes back to his spouse and says, you know what, I had a very, very bad day at work. I just want to sit next to you and let's have a drink together because I want to just be with you because it's just so lonely out there. And I think while we talk about women leadership, I think it is a lot to do with everyone being a leader, which is the fifth thing that I want to talk about. And that's something that closer back home, we encourage everybody. It doesn't matter what level you are in the hierarchy. It doesn't matter what role you're playing. It doesn't matter whether you're on third party or you're on a full-time role. As long as you have an idea, as long as you can contribute, as long as you can influence, which are some of the traits of leadership, you are a leader. And I think the real ability in today's world is not about sitting on that chair because people respect the chair, they don't respect you. And if you cannot sit on that chair and be the junior most team member and create influence on a group of people, you actually have a leadership trait. And I think it's high time we start acknowledging these leaders rather than the clout of saying, oh, this prime minister or this president or this Bollywood character, because she is famous and she made a wonderful statement and that becomes a quote that everybody follows, rather than looking at people the next door. Look at the neighbor next door who made that wonderful dal makhni that made you so happy, and she is a leader in making a great dish. I walked into a class, an amazing professor. You've been teaching so well for so many years. Teachers influence. When do we celebrate leaders? We had one of our colleagues who came back to this institute and offered so much of gratitude because he actually felt that this is the institute that made him who he is today. And certain women leaders who had a great influence in his life. And I think unless we don't shift the paradigm to celebrating every woman leader, every male leader, and breaking this bias of saying woman, male leader, I think we will never get that mindset shift. Otherwise, the rest of things is very nice, right? International Women's Day, come, let's celebrate, let's give chocolate, let's give this. That's all ceremonial. I think we need to fundamentally break away from some of these things.
Great. So Sahil, I would just like to correct.
I so knew you were coming back.
I know. No, I'm not. No, I agree. And I think it's very well put. It's the leadership that needs to celebrate. But since we were focusing on women leadership, that was my point. But one point I would beg to differ is that there are allies for male. It's not like it's not there. It is just that today, I agree with what you're saying. It's the society's thought process that woman needs an upliftment as compared to a man, which is not there. But our focus of conversation is women leadership. So that is why I think the focus is on why women leadership is not getting the kind of importance. And I would also like to see an equal importance being given to women as compared to a male leader. And they both need allies. Everybody needs allies. Everybody needs a word of encouragement. Let's remove the word allies and let's say we need to inspire, motivate, and energize each other rather than just saying we need allies.
Brilliant. Here is where I 100% agree with you. I have a mentor who is a lady. She's not my ally. She's my mentor.
Exactly.
And therefore, motivation, inspiration, mentoring, 100% with you.
Exactly.
But the moment you say ally, you're saying, oh, this person is going to stand up for me.
I don't think any of the genders need
Exactly.
to. No,
why can't
we
you
can
stand up for yourself?
ourselves.
Exactly.
We can stand for ourselves.
With you.
So ally is a word we should not actually have.
Right.
It's great.
Thank you. Moving on to Nupur, to you, Nupur, women at top leadership positions often end up leading the team of men, yeah, and of various age, of different thought process. And you've been from logistics and supply chain, handling the team. You might have day in, day out faced this, yeah. What are the steps, according to you, that the management should take to ensure that such behavioral biasness is not been there at the workplace itself, as now we have decided, let's stop using the word allies. Yeah, now we would like to hear some power statement from you too.
So I had to literally curb myself, restrain myself from getting into the discussion, but very interesting discussion going on. And, so probably we'll discuss further once we are off it. But coming to your question, I think you are right. These biases, resistances do exist. I'm not sure because HR still, I feel there's much more representation from the women perspective in the HR generally. There, I think men become diverse actually. But from, supply chain still, I think there's a long way to go where you'll have more women leadership. But times are changing. Even in my present company, if I see all the topmost global leadership is being occupied currently by women, and this change has been very recent. I think since last 5 years, I have been seeing women leading the supply chains in many of the organizations. But I think to break this biases, the onus definitely starts with you as a leader. How you are, because unless until you lead by example, I wouldn't say just these biases are only with, men group of people. It's also with you as a woman. So it starts from there itself, and organization policies and culture, coming back to that again, it helps a lot there itself. And I would want to touch, someone has, talked about biases, I think. So many unconscious bias do exist in the organization, and most of us are unaware. I'll just take an example where just my example. So I was working with one of my team members, and I just said, "Oh, come on, you're a modern IT. This is not." So later on, I didn't think that that was a bias, but later on, when I discussed it during one of the workshop, I found that this is also a form of microaggression. So I think how you are become, aware of these unconscious bias, and then drive the awareness and identify them. I think workshops and trainings goes a long way. I myself have attended gender sensitization, unconscious bias, and it has helped me a lot. So how you drive this for your team, it helps a lot to break these resistances, I would say. And also encouraging people to talk in your team, where they can bring their authentic self, providing that, psychological safety, where people don't feel vulnerable, they are fearless to talk about what they think about. Because unless and until you understand the aspects, what people bring on the table, you are not able to address it. So it's very important that you as a leader provide that kind of environment where team talks about it. And just to enable this, as a decision maker, I have to ensure that a culture of meritocracy is there. People should not be judged based on what they bring on the table, but only based on what are their deliverables, how they are, what is the outcome, what the results at the end of the year. That's how it should be a performance management system. So I think if we work around these of the aspects, we are able to break through the bias. And yeah, you are right. I'm very comfortable being the only woman in the room. And so it's also about how you are leading by the example. Again, coming back to the basics.
I think, Nupur, you made a couple of very, very valid points that resonated with me, right? If you're in a male-dominated profession or a fraternity or an industry, and there's a lady sitting in the room, if the mindset among the male colleagues is to say, "Yaar, ठीक है ये अच्छी है अपने काम में यहाँ आ गई है, बट इसका व्यू कुछ ज्यादा मैटर नहीं करता है. The vibe within the room itself, and while you may be a very strong leader, generally a woman will feel excluded, right? You also spoke about the HR fraternity, which is dominated with a lot of women colleagues. Now, when they sit together and take pictures, even a male colleague may feel very excluded to say, you know what, oh, all the girls are together, they're all. And you know what? You feel very, very excluded. So I think so it's both ways and it's managed accordingly.
It's that actually. I was talking about one of my male colleague from HR and I told him, you are the diverse one here. Come on. So he said, someone is looking for diverse. I'm like, you are the one. So it goes both ways.
I think we've been talking since long. Yeah, Sandhya, so many viewpoint on it.
There's no, no, I think the concept of psychology safety is something I think organizations need to promote. And while we all feel good about ourselves in a room full of people, but there's also the vibe and energy that somebody else kind of gives it to us. So I think creating that safe space for everyone to kind of speak is very, very important, rather than having this preconceived notion about a certain set of people. So we have this preconceived notion that, you know, the way a person dresses, the way a person talks, or the way a person appears, it's like, bahut acha hoga ya nahi hoga. So I'm just going to take a minute. I remember when I was in college, I studied in Delhi University. So there was this, it's a very funny story, which I have to share, because way back, there was this very nice person, good looking person in my college. And I think most of the young girls like me had this huge crush on him. We were in awe of him, but we never had the thing to go and talk. So I had a perceived notion just like anyone else. But unfortunately, the minute the guy opened his voice, it was like, oh my God, it's better that I go, kya kar rahi hai? I was like, oh my God, I cannot deal with it. But then I don't think that's going to be a standard kind of thought process we need to have for anyone. So that's a psychological safety we need to create, and have that part that when you enter a room, the audience gives you that sense of psychological safety. And I think that's very, very important. Let it be a man, let it be a woman. So Sahil, with you on that there's no kind of gender biasness.
Wow, great, great. I think we've been speaking for long now. It's the time for the audience also to ask questions. I would request Rashika and Shreyas to be here and just lead us. So what you have to do is the question, if you have specific to the panelist member, you can ask that, or else it can be common. So.
All difficult questions go to the very, very powerful and inspiring women leaders, and all the easy questions you can shoot.
But male leadership today. Yes. So it will come to you. No, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am and sir. My name is Raghav Jha. And my question is, since we are talking about gender equality, so is reservation policy plays a role in, is a bane or boom for women empowerment? All of three. Yes.
Let me just talk about it. So, Raghav, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Raghav. And I would not have a lot of words towards boon part. It's actually a vein, because I would just take an example of the diversity agenda that the companies are running these days. You know, they take it as a agenda, drive it, and in one of my, so I will not name the company or organization, I was hired, and one of my colleague, peer, you know what this is? Oh, so you have come through reservation. What? What is that? You didn't know this was a diversity role. I was like, come on, I didn't know this. I went back to my boss. I sat him down and I told him, what is this? I was just a diversity. So he's told that, Nupur, if you hadn't been good enough, I wouldn't have hired you itself. That's what it was said. But, you know, people generally have this mindset because companies are so loud in their agenda of diversity, hiring around it, that generally the capability of that person gets undermined. So I would say that rather than, make it muted. And I'll take a very good example of my current company. There is no agenda, no diversity, and all our top leaders are women, and it's effortless. I never for a moment in my entire last 1.5 years that I have been with them, I have felt that you are like a woman in this role, or I have a whole team, entire team of men, and never have I felt any exclusion. So it has to be effortless, not through those agenda and reservations for sure. It is not a boon.
Thank you.
Personally, I don't believe in gender-based hiring. I'm okay with any other kind of diversity, but I think we are disrespecting both sets, because I think hiring should happen for what a person brings in and what they are capable of delivering. So where we actually bring in this kind of reservation, I think we lose the plot, because we might just hire somebody for the sake of it because we have to fill in that quota. But we can get somebody better, whichever gender, for that particular role. But because it says women hire, it's absolutely wrong. So in all my JDs, I keep it open. I'm okay about whoever needs to come in, whoever has to come. So I'm not really in favor of gender reservation. Any other kind of diversity, I'm absolutely open to. That's my viewpoint. I'm absolutely. So if tomorrow I have to hire you and I have to hire someone else, I'm going to just see. So I believe that you come with a 30% of your previous experience, and I should offer you 70% of learning. And that's what is going to make your stay in my organization enriching as well as productive. Right. Great. Thanks.
No, I'll just take 30 seconds on this. And Raghav, I think reservation is for those who are oppressed. If you believe that both genders are equal and one gender is not oppressed, where is the business case for reservation? It's as simple as that. Are you going to say that in India, women are far lesser competent than men? I don't agree. And if that's not the case, why do you need a special reservation?
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Go ahead, but sir.
I think the mic is.
Mike. He's coming back now.
Hello. But sir, Indian government provide around 33% for women empowerment in their system, sir. Sir, then how can we make effective system if we take a woman who is less competitive than a man?
So this is getting recorded, so I'll give you a politically correct answer. And I'll give you a less politically correct answer outside. I think Sandhya started off saying she's very patriotic. I also love my country. There is a reason why that is happening. There is a reason why that is happening. And the reason why that is happening is because the mindset of interland in India is लड़की को स्कूल जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. इसकी शादी कर दो when she reaches a certain age. And that's the mindset. Now to change that mindset, you're giving an impetus. You're encouraging people to send people to school. Saying, come se kam, this is one entry point for the girl child to get educated. Then to sustain that entry point, you're giving another impetus to say, okay, लड़कों के इतने मार्क्स आ गए, they get it. लड़कियों के इतने भी कम आ गए, कोई बात नहीं, आप आ जाओ, आप उनसे पढ़ते जाओ, आगे बढ़ते जाओ. So it is an impetus. It is not a reservation in the truest form of reservation, is the way I interpret it. Now I'll tell you where the rubber hits the road. The rubber hits the road when the same lady reaches a certain level in her career and drops out. Now, the reason for dropping out, and again, my personal view, is not lack of competence. The reason for dropping out is because two things. One, society expects women to do a lot more than they expect male to do on the balance between professional and personal life. And therefore, given that women don't want to mess it up, they say, boss, I'd rather focus on this, not take a back seat. I'd rather focus on this, then focus on that, because this is more important for me. I have also seen women keeping their children at play schools with an ayah and saying, no, work is more important for me. And many of you all spoke about Indra Nui. Indra Nui very clearly, when she took it up, said that I have paid a price for where I have achieved and where I have been in life. I have ended up ignoring my family. I haven't got as many hours with my family as the number of flights I've taken. So it comes at a price, but she made a choice to go the other way. There are a lot of other people who make the choice to go the other way. And if you come to the Indian subcontinent, you see that the scales weigh the other side. Because of the upbringing, because of the culture, because of what our parents, grandparents have really told us. Now, where all of this gets complicated is we're trying to, as India Inc., again, go back to impetus and say, oh, come back to the workforce. And then our policies become very restrictive. And then we say, you know what, now you're an equal. But how do you expect me to be an equal when you don't let me log in when I want to, log out when I want to? You're measuring my input metric, not my output metric. And the same thing, a guy can go for a smoke break, but a woman is not coming in 1 hour late. Oh, you went to drop your child to school, or you were not there, or you were stuck with something else. And that gets picked up. But the guy goes for a 1 hour smoke break, that's okay. Where is this fair, guys? Not fair at all. And I think that mindset needs to change. And unless that doesn't change, to an extent, I agree with this whole reservation to say at least you're pushing the supply to come into the workforce. That's my view.
Hi, Sandhya, this question is to you in specific. You touched upon a point on diversity inclusion. Often it's referred as D&I. However, if you look at the term, it's DEIB. Why is equity and belongingness always missing when it comes to corporates? And as an HR leader, what are your guidance to the industry stalwarts to bring this equity and belongingness as a part of diversity and inclusion?
Thanks for the question. So I think E and B, as you said, equity and belongingness is omitted quite a lot as far as India is concerned. And I see that it's very existent in organizations as well as in our branches abroad, but it's more to do with India. I'll be very specific to start with India and then move there. I think it's a lot to do with culture, which what Sahil has been talking about. And I think it's because of the mix and match of urban and rural population. The rural population is now trying to uplift itself, you know, in terms of working. And when we do hiring from 3-tier schools, where maybe there are people who are not very fluent in English, but they have that Hindi word, junoon, to do well. Okay, they have that jazba. They want to really do well for themselves. So the sense of having them, including them in our organization, I would say is part of belong. Okay, we help them to feel belong to the organization. We are making changes even to our other D&I spaces to make different set of people belong to our organization. Now, equity is actually a very sensitive space. The reason is it's a lot to do with a country. It's a lot to do with the organization and its belief. Now, as a growing nation, we are still saying like women are fighting for their rights and we say we want this. Again, I'm going back to the cognitive rights and stuff like that. And I think that's there across the globe. But there are going to be some countries, like, no offense to anything, like country like Saudi Arabia, where women are still not, come what may, going to be treated equal, simply because of the fact that that is that culture that is being followed there. And organizations there have to follow it. There's no ifs and buts about it. So I cannot really have a sense of driving equity there. I just cannot do it. It's because of the restrictions that I have. So coming down to that final point, DEI is actually a very sensitive space, but D and I is something that is actually easily achievable. But belonging is something that organizations have to very consciously drive. And I think in a country like India, where we have so much of diverse talent, the belongingness is connected with a policy, it's connected with a framework. And I think as HR people, we have to be very conscious about the kind of people we bring into the organization and the kind of space, the psychological safety that we have been talking about, that we give to each one of them. I hope I answered your question. Can we have?
Sir and ma'am, due to paucity of time, we would like to take the last question from Mr. Kohli.
Just had certain comments to make. Great discussion, guys. Thanks a ton. I think Raghav asked a question around reservation, and this gentleman also talked a bit about equity. Few things. There's a guy called Fred Miller. Google it. This guy happens to be one of the stalwarts in DEI space in US. And I had a chance to meet him sometime around a couple of years back. And I asked him, how's the scene out there in US? And he says, Kamal, we are ever more confused than we were ever. So remember, the whole community is transitioning from the way, so from an industrial revolution to, let's say, to this new way of this nomad way of working. COVID hasn't made it easy for us. And given the fact that also understand from those from the HR fraternity will understand, there is something called Hofstede's model, correct? Why do you need these rituals? Why do you need reservations? You need reservations. All the points are absolutely fine. Why do you have rituals? Just because you try driving aspects which are not very prominent in the society, correct? For example, I'll give you two examples. Most of the B2B sales teams will have a lady team or a team leader. But a B2C, no. That's one start data point for everybody. Let's look at data. Two, I'll give you an example of a company I consulted. It's a global pharma agrochemical company. So they sell chemicals to farmers to use. So most of the salesmen that they have are men. But let's look at the reality. जो agriculture है, वो seasonal है. तो आदमी काम करने के बाद मजदूरी करने बाहर चला जाता है. तो आपकी खेती कौन करता है? लेडी. पर बेच कौन रहा है? आदमी. और कहां जाके बेच रहा है? जहां पर घूंघट लोगों ने पहने हुए. करेक्ट? तो उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में कहा गया कि क्या हम एक सेल्स टीम बना सकते हैं विमेन की? But now, why do we need something? Because we've been conditioned all this while कि ये काम इसका है, ये काम इसका है, ये कंडीशनिंग है. अब ये साइकोलॉजी है, इसमें आप और मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं.
Which is right, but just वो awareness के दौरान.
Agreed.
आपने पहला सवाल जो सबसे पहले पूछा साहिल से कि ऑर्ग क्या करनी चाहिए, ऑर्ग का सबसे पहला काम जब वो कल्चर डिप्लॉय करती है वो एजुकेशन है. Is to educate the masses. What have we sown in this company? अच्छा, बुरा, सही, गलत, put it out of the window. The whole aspect, I think even Sandhya was kind of mentioning, we have this judging mentality. Forget the judging. Kick it out. Most of the leadership programs today, when we focus, we say, please take this judging element out. Because then we say it's bane or boon. I don't know. I don't want to comment. I just want to see what is the status quo today. I'll give you a classic example. Flipkart. I've worked in that company and we were raising that. Yes, it is okay that we've made too much, we've been trumpeting around DEI in the corporate world. Warehouses में लेडी स्टाफ लेके आना आपके लिए मुश्किल हो जाता है क्योंकि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर समझता है ये काम लेडी नहीं कर सकती. तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उस वक्त लेडी को कैसे अंदर लेके आएगा सिस्टम में, बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड में. तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को वहां पॉलिसी डालनी पड़ती, आई वांट दिस मच परसेंटेज इन लेडी स्टाफ बीइंग देयर. Correct. And I think similarly, equity, people start, belong. There is a lot of data now that's coming through. Let's also be clear. DEI is a subject which is evolving. Correct. There is a lot of data that is now saying that inclusion trumps diversity. If I can be inclusive of all genders, or all kinds of men, and it is just not gender, by the way. It's how I think, how I act, how I play. If I could be inclusive, I'll find my own space. So it's still a very newer subject, and I think Sandhya's highlighted that very beautifully. But yes, it is it Bain Boon? Let's not go there. But organizations are now trying to see how do we make it equitable. Ultimately, remember, organizations are smaller communities in place. So what is happening in your organization is also happening outside. So if you see something manifesting in your organization, while you correct the organization, you have the ability to correct the community outside. That's a great thing to do though. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you so much.
That was indeed an engaging, enlightening session with lots of insights, discussion, deliberations, and of course the rebuttals as well. I wholeheartedly thank our panelist and moderator for delivering this particular panel discussion session. We would like to take a moment now to felicitate the guest with mementos as a token of our gratitude. We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors MacV, Super Smelly, and Safe Express. I would now request Dr. Yashomandir Akhade to kindly do the honors.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So we would kindly request you to have your seat. Behind each data point is a living, breathing human. With these lovely words from Shafqat Islam, we will move on with our final keynote session.
Mr. Kamal P. Kohli is a founder of OSR Talent Solutions and a seasoned professional with over 20 years of rich experience across variety of HR functions. Mr. Kohli has served in various leadership positions in reputed organizations, including DHL E-commerce Solutions as CHRO and HR advisor, Snapdeal as Senior Director HR, Flipkart as Director HR, and Muser Beer India Limited as Global HR Leader, Oberoi Hotels and Resorts, and GE Capital. His expertise lies in culture transformation, performance management, organization design, organization development, talent management, leadership development, HR transformation, the much talked about DEI and B, business leader coaching. He is a certified coach from ICC and ICF with more than 2,000 hours of coaching. He has more than 18 globally valid certifications in the field of HR and psychology. Some of his certifications span in the areas of design thinking, positive psychology from University of Pennsylvania, competency framework development and culture from Denison Barrett, behavioral economics, organizational design, group work, job evaluation, job architecture, and strategic HR. SIOM extends a hearty welcome to you, sir.
The workshop will be continued for 75 minutes and followed by 5 minutes of Q&A session. We are looking forward to an engaging session. Without further ado, we would now request Mr. Kohli to take over the stage and lead us ahead. Sir, the stage is all yours.
It'll take some time off. Let me know whenever you guys are. Should I try? Good. Thank you. Am I loud? Do I need a mic? Okay, guys, thank you for being here. Oh, it's okay. I'm going to be screaming. Let me keep it down. Guys, good evening, and thank you for inviting me. Appreciate every bit. I've been asked, so the topic that was given to me was around how's the world using analytics to attract talent, retain, and develop. But more than that, I think it's important that we understand what's happening in the world. How is the world really looking at talent? Okay. And it is important that we look at this entire thing through data, because data speaks many things. Let's not jump to conclusions. Let's not get into assumptions. And we'll make our own story from there on. Okay. So what is it that, we have? This is me. They've given you some intro, and I don't want to spend any time here now. Quickly, this is something that they really wanted me to focus on as to how organizations are using analytics to look at talent. How soon are talent really going through the entire pipe? If you look at, they're also asking me what are some things that are contributing to attrition? How are organizations trying to address attrition? And how are organizations assessing talent? Okay. I think let me begin from what is important to the business owner. Let's look at that first. Yeah. Okay, now this is an input that I've got from Gartner 2022. What do you see is the most important item amongst the top three? Workforce. And look at the numbers that has, and amongst all the numbers that you are, okay, now this is not working. If you look at the numbers here, the first two areas have gone down, but the workforce has gone up. And it was fifth originally till about a year and a half back, and now it's on the third point, which means today's CEOs worry more about workforce than they ever did. It's on their number. It's some of the most important things that they will do. Today, I know of a company which is a conglomerate into insurance, based out of Gurgaon, have a pan-India presence. Their CEO takes a fortnightly review on talent. It is that important. What does it tell us more? Look at some of the trends. Talent retention and hiring are the top two priorities for CEOs and HR heads. Look at what are we suggesting here. Look at these numbers from 8% talent, the very first, from 8% in 2021. What's the number? 15%, almost doubled. Look at the next one, recruitment, from 4% to about 12%, 3 times. That's the criticality of workforce. And these are 2022 data, mind you. These are data for today, okay? Why is talent important? Some of us talked a lot around how talents we are looking at in DEI. But now this is where things get a little tricky. Let's have a look at data here. What is this data telling you? 8 times more productive. And that's superior talent, not the normal talent I'm talking about. And this is as per McKinsey 2022. Look at some remarkable correlation that these fellows have been doing. 6 lakh people from a multiple domains found that high performers are 400% more productive than your normal talent. 400%, mind you, a top talent. Now, studies also reveal that the second point, guys, the pointer is not working, so I'll need another one here. Okay. The studies of business not only show similar results, but reveal that gap rises if the job complexity rises. Now, look at, if you have a very complex job, then how does a top talent perform? 800 times better. And if you were to compare a job between high complexity and low complexity, it is 8 times more. What is the business case that these fellows are making? Have a look at it. For jobs of middling complexity, 12 times more. Okay. That means 1% in top 1%. 1% in top 1% is worth 12 in the bottom. Where will I put my money? Where will I put my money? I'm only going to focus on the top talent. I don't want normal talent. So I'm ready to spend more time to search for a top talent. So if you're not amongst the top talent, I'm sorry, folks, you might be running out of the business. Okay, but what is it that we have? 82% people in the Fortune 500 company leaders believe that they don't know how, that the companies can recruit highly talented people. Look at 18%, look at percentage of I'm sorry, the pointer is not working. I'll have to use my hands here. Number of Fortune 500 executives who agreed that the organizations, now look at this, 18% recruit highly top talented people. 82% don't recruit highly talented people. 14% know who high and low performers are. That means how many don't even know who are high performers? That means when a manager goes out and recruits, he may not be adequately prepared to know who's the right talent. 3, only 7% know how to retain top talent. 4, 3% develop people quickly and effectively. That means 97% struggle. And look at 3, quickly removes low performers. 3, that means we are ready to keep deadwood with us. Remember, if in an organization, somebody talked about in the previous panel about meritocracy. If you look at the recent startup organization, there is one thing very, very prominent. Some people take that as rash behavior. Maybe it is rash. Maybe there is arrogance and adamancy. But also look at that these are organizations who cannot tolerate mediocrity. And they are only soliciting and asking for merit performers. Yeah. So to make matters worse, till now, hame aisa banda chahiye. Hame ekdam Ford banda chahiye. We need the best guy out in the world. But guess what? There's another action that is also hurting your organization, and that is people are leaving in herds. Have a look at some data again. McKinsey. 40% employees stated that they're likely to leave their current job in the next 3 to 6 months. And where is India featuring in the next graph? The worst. So the flight risk in India is the most. Amongst all other countries, Australia, Canada, Singapore, UK, US, and these are all probably places where the startup cultures have taken a big one. Look at how many attrition may accelerate as people are willing to quit. Now, this is interesting. I don't have a job in hand, and I'm still ready to quit. %64 here. %64 people saying, I'm ready to quit even if I don't have a job. You know what? Sahil is going to have a tough job. Now, this is okay if the top talents say this. But नीचे की लाइन जरा पढ़ लें. जो आराम से बैठे हुए थे उनको भी हवा लग गई है. कहते उसमें हमारे लिए भी कुछ है, कहीं हो सकता है बहती गंगा में मैं भी हाथ लगा, तो वो भी जाते हैं. तो जब हम टीम देखते हैं तो 2 तरह के घोड़े होते हैं. आप लोग इस हमेशा इस चीज को ध्यान दीजिएगा. 2 तरह के घोड़े होते हैं. एक दौड़ने वाला रेस का घोड़ा, दूसरा कौन सा होता है? हाँ, नहीं, फॉलोअर नहीं, माल ढोने वाला. अगर आपका, जिसको अगर हम सही वर्ड बोले तो माल ढोने वाले को मेंटेनेंस टीम मेंबर बोलते हैं. जिन ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में मेंटेनेंस टीम मेंबर्स नहीं होते, वहां आपके पास आपके काम को नीचे तक लेके जाने वाले कोई नहीं होता. आपके जो इनिशिएटिव्स हैं वो जल्दी फिजल आउट हो जाते हैं. आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लॉयल्टी चार्टर्स कम हो जाते. जब ऐसा कुछ भी होगा और अगर आपके जो ट्रस्टेड रेस, आपके माल ढोने वाले घोड़े जो हैं वो ही जाने लगेंगे, तो बोझा कौन उठाएगा? क्योंकि ये माल ढोने वाले दौड़ नहीं सकते, और ना ही आपकी दरकार इनसे दौड़ने की है, माइंड यू। The organization has to be very clear that I don't expect them to run. But जब मुझे नजर आ रहा है उसको कुछ दो चार अच्छी चीजें मिल रही हैं, मैं भी चला ही जाता हूँ, शायद मेरा भी कुछ भला हो जाए। और ये ट्रेंड काफी गड़बड़ है। पर क्यों? कोविड ने हम सबको बहुत हिलाया। कोविड ने हमें बहुत कुछ सिखाया। आप में से बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने खुद बहुत कुछ सीखा होगा, गाइस, हाँ या ना? बहुत से ऐसे लोगों को जानते होंगे जिनके वैल्यू बिलीफ सिस्टम्स भी चेंज हुए होंगे। हम साइकोलॉजी में कहते हैं आपके वैल्यू बिलीफ्स कब चेंज होते हैं? जब कोई बहुत अनटूवर्ड इंसिडेंट हुआ हो तब। अदरवाइज आपकी कंडीशनिंग 11 से 17 साल तक फिक्स्ड होती है। तो जो कोविड आया इसने हमारी कंडीशनिंग चेंज, इसने हमारी कंडीशनिंग को चैलेंज किया। सो व्हाट हैव वी स्टार्टेड आस्किंग फॉर नाउ? Right, I want more purpose. I don't want to be pushed around. I want to spend more time with my family. Correct? I need more flexible time. I rather do some meaningful jobs and not do any shitty stuff. मैं कम कमा लूंगा लेकिन थोड़ा सुखी रहना चाहता हूं। मुझे थोड़ा ये नॉर्म्स आए हैं सोसाइटी में। जब ये नॉर्म्स आते हैं हर एक को वो हिस्सा नहीं मिलता। गाइस, यस और नो? तो कुछ छीन लेते हैं, कुछों को मिल जाता है, जिनको नहीं मिलता वो एग्जिट करके नॉन ट्रेडिशनल राउट्स लेते हैं and they get into non-traditional jobs, which is they get into freelancing, or they provide the job that they, and that's what McKinsey's data also says. Why are people leaving? 2022 data. Lack of career development advancement. Inadequate total compensation का issue आज तक हमेशा ही रहा है. It has never went out. अगर कोई कहे कि मैं कॉम्पनसेशन के वजह से छोड़ रहा हूं तो भाई साहब कुछ नहीं आपका बदला, आप वहीं के वहीं हैं। बिकॉज आज से 10 साल पहले भी अगर आप किसी EY, AON, KPMG किसी का भी सर्वे उठाएं, टॉप 5 EVPs में हमेशा कॉम्पनसेशन फीचर किया है और वो अभी भी कर रहा है। पर आज मुझे वो कॉम्पनसेशन मिल रहा है, पहले मैं उससे मांग ही सकता था। आज मुझे वो चांस है कि मुझे मिलने के चांसेस है, बिकॉज आज जो एनवायरनमेंट बन गया है वो स्किल का बना है। स्किल का organizations in the US have started focusing on skills rather than education and competencies, and it's a huge shift in the way we are looking at talent. What are we asking? We're asking for some real nice humane work expectations. Don't ask me कि सर आप घर से काम कर रहे हो तो आप कभी भी लॉग इन कर सकते हो, तो सर आप 11 बजे जरा एक कॉल पे आ जाना, या 9 बजे हमारी एक टीम मीटिंग है। Some of you who are working will let you know. And इसी को क्वाइट क्विटिंग बोल रहे हैं आजकल यूएस में। बाय द वे ये बहुत सारे जार्गन्स आ गए हाल फिलहाल में। Don't get confused, it's all one and the same. What are talents really asking? I want to work with some real good guys. Guys who've got a vision, guys who can be inclusive, guys who can respect me, guys who can be inspirational, guys who can get things out of me, guys who set up. So, एक framework है ABCD, हम इसको ट्रस्ट के लिए यूज करते हैं कि कौन सा व्यक्ति कितना ट्रस्टवर्दी है। ABCD. A stands for ability. B stands for believable, C stands for connected, D stands for dependable. If you are able, I'm going to respect you as a leader. But if I'm not able to see that competence in you as a leader, I'm sorry, I don't want to work with you. And one of the things that you will see in the startup world is they want to work for a guy who they know has been adding or doing some real stellar work. For example, people who were working in Flipkart, they went on to some smaller setups. And then they went on to join Udaan. क्यों? क्योंकि उनका CTO बहुत फोड़ है, Amod Malviya. And they just want to be in his company ki boss wo kya karwaega, I want to be in that space. Correct? So people love to be at a place जहां पे leader बहुत inspiring और बहुत competent हो. दूसरा क्या कह रहे हैं, जहां यहां बड़ी कुछ समय पहले कल्चर और वैल्यूज की बात हुई थी. जिन ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को यही नहीं पता कि हम बना क्या रहे हैं, वहां कोई नहीं पहुंचना चाहता. और वहां अगर गलती से मैं पहुंच गया हूं तो मैं वहां रुकना नहीं चाहता. कल्चर में एक कंटिन्यूम है, या तो एग्रीकल्चर है या वल्चर. मैंने ये शब्द क्यों इस्तेमाल किया? व्हाट इज एग्रीकल्चर? आप में से बहुत से लोग वाबस्ता होंगे. वाबस्ता इज दैट सम लॉट ऑफ पीपल मे जस्ट नो कि व्हाट इज एग्रीकल्चर में क्या होता है. जब हम खेती करते हैं तो बहुत सारे दूसरी चीजें भी उगाती हैं, वीड्स भी उगाती हैं. गाइस हाँ या ना? तो हम बना कुछ और रहे थे, साथ साथ में कुछ और बखेड़े भी हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में खड़े हैं. गाइस यस. सो इट्स chaos. Vulture, we've made such an arrogant organization, such an adamant organization, such a pushy or demanding organization that we are now a vulture. Classic example. You heard of Uber case? How many of you heard of Uber case that happened when they had to fire their entire CXOs? Please go and Google and read it out. It's a classic case in culture. Yeah. And that's how organizations are now trying to see what is the culture that we want to now make. But guys are now choosing, I want to be in a place, 81%, where you've got your values and you swear by your values. Why more and more people work for Amazon and not for Snapdeal? Ask these questions, please. So when is it that they will be back? So the research says they will be back when you've got workplace flexibility. Look, with all these things, mera mindset change ho gaya. Now the talent has started asking, because now I have the right to ask, and I know come what may, you'll give it to me, and you better give it to me. And that's the tone of the talent today. Now, for organizations, they better manage themselves up. And compensation, yes, work performances, you've got a great guy, you can work from home. You can take care of your family. We're going to give you some education allowances, you can have sabbaticals. We'll send you to NCR, do a course, we'll sponsor that for you. So these things are now on the offer, which was unheard of. Myntra gives you a 6-month sabbatical or a sabbatical to do a course if you want to do your MS. And there are many such organizations. Yeah, this was unheard of. And by the way, they don't make you sign a bond. These are examples of how organizations are treating. Another example, Netflix. They don't have a travel policy. Do you know that? Unlike many which say that, look, you are entitled to travel economy. You are entitled to travel business class, first class. Ensure that these forms are done good, bad, ugly. Netflix has a simple two-liner policy. Make the choice in the interest of the organization. Be mindful. If it requires you to travel business class, travel business class. But if it requires you to travel economy, we're going to judge, we're going to rely on your prudence. If during investigation we think you did not exercise your prudence, now that calls for action. But we're going to rely on your prudence because we hired you for the prudence. Yes or no? What's the point having all the talent assessments if you still need to hold people to chains? And Sandhya said it very right. You know, the mill Z, they're out in the system. They're making you change your damn ways of working. Unfortunately, some of these changes or a lot of these changes are happening in global MNCs in India, startup world, technology world, and IT spaces. Not so much in the pharmaceutical businesses, in the chemical spaces, in the automotive, in the manufacturing spaces. These changes are at a much slower level. I want to jump to this. So if you look at what is it McKinsey is saying, look, if these are factors now on the two axes, you've got top factors that drive attrition and top factors that drive retention. Organizations will have to come to a point where they're able to reconcile the two, because what it says is their research says what the employers think as important is not so important to the employees. And that's another set of data. What the employers think employees feel it's important, they're catering that solution. But the truth is that they're still not coming to terms with each other. We want to work from home. Companies say, please come to office because I don't trust you whether you're working good enough time. I'm not too sure how much time you're spending at work. I don't trust you. Or I need you to be with me, collaborate because I'm much better off. If I look at this, how is it that, what is it that McKinsey and the Gartners have been telling us? One, pandemic has altered what employees value permanently. This rewiring can't be redone now. Okay, we've been rewired big time. Today, if organizations are becoming choosy, because I only want the 1%, guys, remember, superior talents are 8% more effective, 8 times more effective. So where do I focus? The 1%. I don't want the normal talent. So while I'm becoming choosy, the employees are also becoming choosy. And because they know I'm in demand, I'm going to start asking guys, yes or no? And therefore, your compensations and your rewards are out of the roof. And the other organizations are not able to manage or match up. Which means a certain sector goes to a certain organization and the remaining come to the others. Employers don't fully appreciate and understand why employees are leaving. Look at Great Resignation is now being considered an opportunity to attract. Because if these were the problems which existed, these problems has to be, if I address these problems, I'll get that good talent with me. Guys, yes or no? So what are they saying? Focus on the 5% would deliver 95%. Give them what they want. Make your offers magnetic, which means today, if you look at the compensation strategies of organizations, it now focuses heavily on benefits. Heavily. Flexi work, EAPs, ESOPs, and ESOPs which are redeemable in a quick succession, in very easy times. Licious. Went on to do ESOPs, people could just take them very quickly. That means you're also enabling your talent to become wealthy. Why will I not go there? So it's bloodbath. It is bloodbath. So what are organizations doing to address this mess? Well, these are data. Now I want to open this up to you, okay? What do you think organizations should do now? Let me put it this way. To address these challenges, the ones that I just put it up. What should we focus on? I'm sorry, I just came in the very middle. What should we focus on? You guys are thinkers, think. ये problem statement है. क्या करेंगी HR? क्या करेंगी कंपनियां आपके हिसाब से? हाँ जी? बेटर ऑफर. सबसे पहले ऑफर ही याद आता है हमें, हाँ? और जितने भी लोग यहाँ नौकरियां ढूंढ रहे हैं अपनी खैर मनाइए because hiring is getting more difficult. Because आज जो टैलेंट पूल हम जिनसे पहले ले रहे थे टैलेंट, आज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पास उन टैलेंट पूल के अलावा जाके स्ट्राइक करना जरूरी है to ensure that they're able to get passive talents. So many organizations in India have started using ATS, but you know what? And they think हमने बहुत बड़ा तुरुप का इक्का हमने हासिल कर लिया है. Sorry, that's just one step. Because you're not using analytics. So you don't know who to hire, when to hire, from where to hire, and how much to pay this guy. ATS has certainly fastened up, which means today, one of the priorities that organization has is enable their TA teams to have ATSs, which is applicant tracking system, which enables them to start attacking multiple sources. So you widen your sourcing mix. That's what organizations are focusing. I need to reach out to many more people. So my focus on employer branding has gone big time. So what happens when employer branding, HR को तो employer branding नहीं आती. कौन करेगा employer branding? Comes the digital content creator. Comes the content writer. So जो बहुत से लोग ये सोच के बैठे हैं कि ये spaces सिर्फ marketing की थी, gone are the days because those are now part of HR teams. Blogs, videos. In fact, there is a research, I'm forgetting the name of the company. It says the number of blogs employees put on the site or on the social media is of the opinion or is a considerable data which tells the guy is very engaged with the organization. This brings me to the next point. What is it? Persona. How many of you from the marketing back, how many of you understand this word persona? Anybody? Yeah. You want to give them a highlight? Okay, good one. Persona is I define the shape of the guy or the talent that I want in the organization. ये marketing use करती है कि मेरा consumer कैसा नजर आएगा. ये न्यूक्लियर फैमिली का होगा, ये 40 साल का होगा, ये मेट्रोपॉलिटन में रहता होगा. The organizations have started defining their personas for hiring. कि मैं किसको हायर करने वाला हूं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मेरी पॉलिसी कहती है कि आपको कोई वेकेशन लीव्स नहीं है, कोई सबैटिकल नहीं है, पर मैं चाहता हूं कि मेरे पास जो लोग आए वो 28 से 32 साल की उम्र के लोग आए. आपके पास आएंगे? Why is it necessary? Not because I need to focus where I have to. One, it tells you where to focus on your hiring efforts, your positioning, your messaging to that kind of talent, but your ability to alter your policies and your process as per the targeted persona. And organizations are doing some real good work there. If you really want to study a company in India, study InMobi. They're doing some stellar work in this space. Enhancing candidate experience. जहाँ पे कुछ लोग जो टीए से होंगे उनको पता होगा क्या गुर्बत है भाई साहब. Candidate experience. Right from the time you contact him to the time the guy's getting onboarded. Did he or she have a great experience with you? Did you interview him right? Did you ask him pertinent questions? Was he, did you give him feedback? How are you speeding up the entire process? On an average, the research says on an average, a single hiring window is about 62 days. Can you speed this up? I don't have time to wait this long. Another complaint, we recently did some work for recruiting excellence for one client, and for one single role, you don't have defined interview plans. What does that mean? That for the same role, when you get the guy, you get multiple talents to interview. For one, we have 4 rounds, and for the other, you got 6 rounds. Yes or no? Which means that a guy who got questioned first and the guy who's got questioned the next time, their experience is very, very different. And therefore, your recruiters or your hiring leaders, are they good enough to know how to ask questions? Do they know what are you focusing on? Most leading organizations, including Facebook, which is now Meta, Google, have been focusing very heavy on this part. Too much, okay? ATS, yes, I've spoken about that. So that is one area that HR is very aggressively focusing on. Why are people really saying that all of a sudden HR ke upar barrage areas khul gaye hain? Because kaam bahut badh gaya hai. Because the CEO wants their talent very quickly. Remember, it's the 3rd most important item. Top talents. Organizations are now becoming even more serious about holding on to their top talents, which means they have to identify top talents. So interventions around identifying, interventions around holding on to your top talents become more critical, which means your compensation plans have again gone for change. Career ladder, again, in the last 5 years, even before COVID, amongst all the big fours, constantly amongst the top 5 EVPs that have featured for the last 5 years, continuously, pre-COVID too, but after COVID has become even more, is ability, 2 things. One, certainly compensation was there, do I have the developmental opportunities? One. And do I have career building opportunities? By career building opportunities, they're not referring to promotions, by the way. So they are soliciting career mobility wherein they're able to do their jobs with people where they're getting enhanced, which means, let me put it in the words of Narayan Murthy. He said, train your people for employability, not for employment. And that's what today talents are asking. Skill me up more. Get me better. Make me better. I want to be there. If you can, I'm going to go out. Okay? EVP. You should know what is being valued by your internal talent. Now, what most organizations are getting wrong with their EVP is that they're developing their EVP for the entire mass. The research does not say this. The research says when you develop your EVP, you develop your EVP as per the top talents, because who are you trying to attract? You don't want deadwoods with you guys, yes or no? So most of the times when you're putting your EVP up, you're going to attract top talent. So are you an attractive destination for people? Is your company an attractive destination for people? If not, I'm sorry, something's wrong. Most organizations today, as of today, this thing has become very important. at least in India, in my 22, 23 years, and I've spent considerable time in US, stake conversations is not something that we've practiced or we've trained our people. But I'm glad to see that a lot of global MNCs have started focusing on that. Indian promoter-led organizations, unko ata pata bhi nahi hai kya hai. And startups bahut dur hain isse. Okay. Yes, engagement has become critical. So now look at the barrage of activities organizations are doing to hold on to talent, to retain talent, to attract good talent. And yes, they have to develop their leadership because some of the people who are now becoming leaders, what's an average? Let's take a quick step back. Folks from TA, do a normal research today. Look for a director HR role. What's the average years of experience you're soliciting? Anybody here from TA? Anybody from TA here? Yeah. What's the average experience that you're soliciting for a director HR? Which company do you come from? KPMG. Any other idea? You've been to LinkedIn. You've seen some other organizations who might have had a different JDs. What's the average? It's 12 years now. Startups even lesser, 9 years. Which means what is happening to them? A lot of young talents are skipping the route to leadership development. So there is a leadership pipeline framework. Those of you who are aware, good. If you're not, please go and Google this up. There is a leadership framework, that the pipeline model that happened, that is there. Some of these talents have skipped all these layers. तो उनको train कैसे करेंगे आप उनको तैयार कैसे करेंगे? And all of a sudden, most startups today have solicited interventions for leadership development, leadership culture, and they're working a lot around leadership coaching. 3 areas, because they want their leaders to become and act like leaders. Because they have to lead people, correct? With DEI is coming and all these things that they have to lead, they better be good at all these things. And guess what? I can only be as good as my current leader is. Guys, yes or no? Rewards. Big time focus is coming around EAP. Most organizations have started considering EAP, employee assistance program, around depression, or they've got a challenge. Counseling services now coming up big time. ESOPs going big time again. Joining bonuses, retention bonuses. Never. It wasn't so normal to get retention and joining bonus so much. But guess what? This is only for the top talent, guys. If I as a leader, if I as a recruiter get to know that you're a top talent, I'm ready to pay you. Because I know you're going to contribute to me much more than that. Another example, Dream11 pays about 70% of your rent. And they want you to be close by to the office so that you don't waste much time commuting. So you give more time, 70% of your rent's taken care by Dream11. That's how rewards have changed. But so the fundamental, and those who know this, whenever you make these changes, you make these changes based on philosophies. Organizational talent philosophies have undergone massive change. This is the thing that I picked up from Deloitte, and I think this is very meaningful today. So this is one of their framework. It's an irresistible company framework. What should they have? And if you look at whatever I've been saying in the last 3 slides, gets summed up in this slide. You're looking at giving them meaningful work. You're looking at giving them the right compensation. Your compensation reviews are happening far more frequently than ever. I have to ensure that you are getting developmental opportunities. I have to ensure that you have a framework within the organization to move, to get developed. not necessarily because I have to give you promotions. I better have a career ladder or a path that I can go, because if I don't see that, I'm sorry, I'm going to be here for some time, but let's take it. I'm going to move out. 40% people said in the next 3 to 6 months, I'm going to leave the company. And India is the worst hit. Don't forget the numbers. The numbers are the truth. You and I can believe anything. Yeah. So this brings me to the next aspect that you wanted to talk as to how organizations are assessing talent. Some of these, psychometric being the most common, SJTs, situational judgment tests. You're looking at technical aptitude tests, and these are all online. These are customized. Most organizations today, at least in the global MNCs and in the startup world, in the technology domain, have gone the way into including case studies into hiring their people. And I'm telling you, I consult a unicorn company based out of Noida. They even do case studies interview for their mid-level manager. It was never the case till about 2 years back. Case studies were always given to the directors and above folks. Guys, yes or no? It's now coming to you. So what is organizations looking at? So what are these tests? Just for your consumption, I think most of you know it. I'll still read it out. Most companies today are using virtual online ways of delivering these tests, which means I can test you on your ability to prioritize, which is, okay, now the thing's working. How do you prioritize and take actions, which is Inbox. It's a framework from assessment methodology. A lot of companies are using, yes, behavioral event interviews or competency interviews. Very, very effective. But a lot of aptitude tests and tech tests, supply chain tests are being used by companies as eliminator tests. If I'm hiring in bundles, then I'm using these tests to eliminate my numbers. But if I'm using this at a certain level and above, then I'm using them as insight generators so that I can have behavioral event interviews. And at top levels, you are going to get positioned for case studies. Give you a classic example. Let me give you an example. You heard of a company called Revolut? It's the world's biggest neo-financing company. They've entered India in the fintech space. The way they hired their teams, you have to write, like in Amazon, you don't have a PPT culture, by the way. How many of you know that? You don't have a PPT culture. You don't have decks. They don't encourage decks. So you have to write everything on a Word document. So they expect you to write. They give you a case study. You have to solve that case study with every assumption, everything that you're going to decode, put it up and put it on the slide, on the Word document. Somebody is going to see it, evaluate it, and then move forward. Am I ready to invest in this guy or not? Organizations are becoming very serious about who they're going to onboard, and they're ready to wait, and they're ready to pay. But they don't want to get it wrong. Therefore, assessments are now a big market. Okay. Where do you use which kind of assessments? Up for your grab. Have a look at them. So at the executive level, you do use, not many people know this, but if you're deploying Conferry, if you're using any of the big guns, executive search firms, if you're hiring CXOs, they are using personal exercises or psychometrics to decode you. Okay. Senior managers, you're looking at case sets, you're looking at case studies becoming very, very prominent amongst directors and the upper middle management. For the lower middle management, you are looking at SJTs and you're looking at some bit of case studies, but not so prominent, though it features here. Okay. Behavioral event interview or CBIs. Unfortunately, it is said that it is being, but my empirical data, there's very less percentage of people who follow this method in organizations because BEI, the science that it is, for one single interview, it will take you 1.5 hours, and that's not the time that you want to spend for hiring. So organizations don't do BEI. But those who do, those who spend time, Stryker, another company, those who do, they do very good. Now, let's come to the last point. Now, since I have it, I want to talk a little around analytics here. Because it was important what the analytics should solve for me. You've seen the mess that we've got in front of us. Let's look at some studies. Credit suits. They are able to predict who will quit the company and why will they quit the company. They've already deployed the project and the total saving that they've done is close to about $700,000 US. So they were able to retain their top performers, guys. Best Buy. They were able to see the link. If I do employee engagement, if I'm able to retain 0.1%, what's the impact on bottom line? That's the number. Shell was able to correlate that if I'm able to drive all these trainings and engagement, how many cases do I drop in terms of safety? What percentage of my work becomes more safer? Because it's a very hostile environment to work, because some of the places that they work are very hostile. Okay. So these are some examples how analytics is really helping organization. But analytics is not that easy. These are the 4 kinds of data. The very first one is descriptive, kya hua? Kya ho chuka hai? Postmortem. Dusra, diagnostic. Why did it happen? Now I want to make sense out of that data and see, what triggered this? What's the third one? Predictive. Now I want to start correlating, putting some statistical models to predict what will happen. And the fourth one, prescriptive. Based on that, I want to take actions. It's I'll show you some another data about what's the status of analytics in India. Most organizations in India are hovering in the first and the second. Predictive analytics is still very nascent in India. So I'll show you some numbers, but that is what it is. So let's look at an example here. Let's assume you've got an engagement data and it says 85% engagement. I just look at that data. Bas ye nikla, GPW bola 85%. But can I look at what does it means in terms of performance for the business? Can I make that correlation? So this is, what data is this? Descriptive. If I go to the next one, this is descriptive. Why did it happen? I want to look at why disengagement happens. Okay, disengagement has happened because of individual fitment issue. That is one reason, one person, my individual style. Somebody says my colleagues are damn bad. They're not great. Somebody says my leader is damn sad. That's not great. These are all experiences. These are all factors that put up. That means these are all data points. I have to consider these data points to come to an arrival. And when I do that, I come and I'm able to identify what are the drivers that drive my retention in the organization for me individually, for my team performance, for my leaders' performance, for my group performance, for my company performance, and I'm able to work, identify, and call it out that ये करने से इतना impact आ रहा है. सुनने में बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, पर हम कहाँ हैं? Professionals spend on an average 32 hours per month on managing data. Normal, not so great. 67% HR do not trust the data that they have. The number one problem in analytics is lack of data. Constant fight होती रहती है, यार ये data सही नहीं है. हमको SF लगाना हो, success factor लगा, अरे ये आदमी इसमें नहीं है, ये इसका, अरे HRBP ने data upload नहीं किया. We don't have one centralized. फिर उसके बाद पहले तो डेटा बनाने में लगते रहते कि भाई चलो इतना काफी है, इसी को चला लेते हैं. And if you don't have right data, you will do what Amazon did it to itself. Go and read the case study as to how did they get into the DEI mess. They started with ATS, and because ATS is AI based, and it bases on your decisions that you've taken in the past, and it soon figured out that they were driving biasness. They had to pull it back. So if your data is not clean, you're gone. First, get a good clean data. And most of us are saying we don't trust the data that we have. 62% HR can't easily extract data for metrics. Forget metrics. TA does not even have metrics. Metrics. Some of the top companies in the world now work with about more than 70 metrics. 75% reported that it is difficult to share or explain the data. मैं अपने आप को समझा सकता हूँ, आपको समझा सकता हूँ because you're from the same field, but to explain it to somebody outside of the field, it's not easy. Then I'm sorry, you're not doing a good job. Because the business wants to understand your data, your numbers in their terms. So 89%, now there's awareness, yes, that we need good data, we need analytics. But 74% people say that we are too nascent. Capability. 74% of India agreed to having invested in data skills, but only 11% are good enough to be there. Yeah. And I'm going to come to this. You know, before we began the session in the afternoon, ma'am asked me a question. Kamal, कौन सा कोर्स करे हमारे एनालिटिक्स वाले एचआर के लिए? और मैंने मैम से कहा, मैम जो वो नॉर्मल एनालिटिक्स कोर्स करते हैं. They don't need to be an HR fellow. You just need to be good with analytics. Rest, what you want is to be given by the HR leader. And thank you for bringing that question. It's a question that many people have. हम कहाँ से लेके आएंगे? कोई अलग special course है? कोई course नहीं अलग. Technology, 54% people use simple reporting and dashboards. Simple, the word to be emphasized is simple. Normal dashboards. These are not predictive. These are what kind of data that you're seeing? Descriptive or diagnostic. Nothing beyond it. And then you rely on your human conversations to figure out क्यों हो गया, हम आगे के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं. And every time you make a mess, one wrong decision proves every company very bad. Analytics is solving that problem for you, but it's too early for India. We haven't reached that stage. I mean, I'll quote the partner for EY here, Anurag, and he says, Kamal, we are still very primitive with analytics in India. That's the state of affairs, because they deal with it. So I can use their words here to kind of push it. And that is where we are, which I've kind of pretty much shared, and that's it. So this is where we are. Have we found an answer? No. Will we find an answer? Maybe. Is it evolving? For sure. Do we even know what we want? Maybe. Because what's HR has been thrown at, it's a huge ask. HR themselves does not know what to figure out, what not to figure out. I coach many senior leaders, and in most of my conversations, Kamal, kya karna chahiye? Sir, ye aapko pata hoga, mujhe kya ko pooch rahe? And this is where the challenge is. You need good data to come to that point, but data are speaking volumes about the state of affair. Organizations are trying to become serious, but I go back to what I said when I was addressing Raghav that time. We are conditioned to a particular way of working. We've look at it, and I just want to take quick 2 more minutes. All these ways of working that you're looking at, these are not Indian ways of working. All the culture that you're trying to drive is from the Bay Area, yes or no? When you're trying to get the Silicon culture, the Silicon Valley culture to come to you, you get their values and beliefs and culture to come to you. Your society is not designed for it till now, which means as a community, you're going through that transition. Inherently, Sandhya spoke about UAE. I said UAE, I have clients. UAE, they don't even entertain LGBTQ. Forget LGBTQ, you cannot even cross-dress. That's illegal. They'll put you in jail. LGBTQ, bahut badi baat. But as a society, they are a collectivist society. What's a collective? So those of you who know HR frameworks, Hofstede's model, it talks about cultural frameworks. It's a great model to be used when you compare cultures to culture. Indian culture is collectivist, family oriented, taking care of families. आप मेरे से पहले मैं बाद में, मेरा परिवार पहले मैं बाद में. US has been very individualist. पहले मैं फिर आप. So हमारे decisions बहुत different है. We are a very hierarchy prone organization. US was never hierarchy prone organization. Look at all these data. When you look at data, please look at it in a context. That's my only submission. I'm going to rest my case. I've given you enough data to kind of mull over and think, where's the world going with talent? Yeah, but things are going to spice up for HR even more. And it's better to get educated, better to do something really meaningful there. Yeah, thanks you. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Very thank you, sir. It was indeed an insightful session, full of research and various insights. I request the delegates to ask questions to sir, if any, through a raise of hand.
I'm going to go home this Saturday evening. Okay. Any questions? Good. We're done. Thank you, guys.
Sir, it was indeed a pleasure to host you here. We would like to take this moment to felicitate you with a memento as a token of our gratitude. As well, we are delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, McVie, Super Smelly, and Safe Express. I would request Dr. Vandana Sonwane to kindly do the honors. Sir, please. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We kindly request you to have your seats. Lastly, we would now like to call upon Mr. Shubham Singh, the convener, the head and hands behind making the HR Summit 2022 Delhi chapter a reality from a dream, to kindly deliver his vote of thanks.
A very good evening to each and all present over here. Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, and working together is a success. That is what we have learned. So I'd like to add upon, success is best when it is shared. So on behalf of the HR Summit team, I, Shubham Singh, stand in front of you to express my sincere gratitude with immense pride to all the speakers, respected delegates, our sponsors, faculty members, and the team HR Summit present here. Thank you so much for a valuable time and your presence. I do understand it's been a long evening today. We have been sitting here from 10:30. I'll just take a couple of more minutes to wrap this event. Firstly, I would like to thank each of the speakers for accepting the invites and being there and gracing this occasion by their presence. Then I'd like to thank my esteemed delegates and the sponsors that we have on board for coming up for the event and making it participative. I'd also like to express my sincerest gratitude towards our sponsors, without whom this event would have not been possible. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to our boss lady, Dr. Vandana Sonamne, the director SIOM, and our faculty convener and corporate relations and placement head, Dr. Yashumandira ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to be in the shoes of the convener and experience this journey, bringing it from letter A to the Z of the event, that is A to Z. We have completed the HR Summit 14th edition 2022 finally with this evening. I would like to thank the entire faculty and staff back at home, that is SIOM, for the immense support and throughout the process, making it seamless and easy for all the team of 107 people that had been working tirelessly for over a month. And finally, with the HR team, the team of HR Summit, the dream team as Shreyas and I call, I'd like to call upon stage one by one to each one of them. So before we begin with that, there's a quote that I really like. It's based off an anime series that I love to watch. It's like, if I have seen further, it is standing on the shoulders of the giants. So these giants is the team that we both have, the 107 souls that we have. So to each one of those 107 souls who have put their all in and have immensely contributed to make this HR Summit happen and set a benchmark to the future editions to come, over fighting over the 2 years of COVID and bringing it back to physical mode from virtual reality. To all those who are here with me in this venue and back at SIM, I would like to take this opportunity to thank such a wonderful team of dynamic and virtuous minds. Thank you so much, team, for all the efforts. At this moment, I would like to call upon the stage the team that is present here and thank you for their valuable contribution, without whom pulling off this event of HR Summit Delhi chapter would not have been possible. Firstly, Shreyas Marathe, convener Nasik chapter, who has been a constant support to the team at all times, keeping shoulder to shoulder at every step of planning and making this event possible. Thank you so much, Shreyas. Coming up is our PNE heads, Piyush Deshpande and Samar Surve, for being a constant support at all times, along with the team Pranit and Rahul, who have onboarded wonderful speakers and the panelists for the event. Thank you so much, team. Next up is registrations head Siddiqui and Rashika, who have been, along with Prathamesh, have brought up wonderful delegates who have been very participative for the events. Thank you so much, team. This event would have not been possible without seamless efforts of the logistics and the infrastructure team, headed by Vishwas and Revati Jadhav, along with Pratik Ranjan. I would like to thank you for your hospitality for the speakers and the delegates. Thank you so much. Now, talking about, we had a lot of discussions about virtual connects and work from home. So talking about the IT infrastructure, and headed by Akshita Manvati and Sharish Datta for making us digitally connected across India through live channels. Thank you so much, Queen. And then our sponsorship headed by Subhajit Dey and his team for bringing on board various sponsors for the event, without whom the event would have not been possible. Thank you so much. And lastly, Mr. Ayush Mathur for helping us out in setting up the venue and reaching out to us, making the things easy on the front line. Thank you so much. And finally, to all the wonderful posters and the creatives that had been rolling out, to the pro riders of Agile Summit, the communication and the public relations team headed by Harinder Singh and Omkar. Thank you for the beautiful engagement posts for the events. Thank you so much. Apart from this, I'd like to thank the hospitality team of Radisson who have made this event successful and has been really helpful at all times. With this, I, Shubham Singh, with the humble capacity of the convener of the Delhi chapter of HR Summit 2022, on behalf of the HR Summit team and SIOM, would conclude the event. The Delhi chapter of 14th edition of HR Summit will back with the 15th edition next year. Looking forward to engaging with all of you. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you so much. Stay healthy. Take care.
Thank you very much, Shubham, or should I say thank you, partner. Today's session was stimulating and inspiring in so many ways. It wouldn't be possible without the generous support of our sponsors. We extend our heartfelt and sincere gratitude to Audi's Mumbai South, our official automobile partner, MacV, our official eyewear partner, Campus Times Pune, official youth partner, Budhani Bros, official snacking partner, ED Times, official blog partner, Startup Talkie, official outreach partner, Iskia, official global knowledge partner.
Radio Vishwas, official radio partner, Super Smelly, official gifting partner, Nova Fest and Unstop, official event listing partner, City Goodies, official gift hamper partner, DU Beat, official media partner, Safe Express, official supply chain partner, Absolute Barbecue, official food partner.
They say celebrate endings, for they proceed new beginnings. With that being said, we move towards the end of the HR Summit 2022 Delhi chapter. We, on behalf of entire SIOM family, would like to thank the delegates for being a diligent and excellent audience throughout the session. We wholeheartedly thank all the sponsors for trusting in us and engaging with us. With this, we conclude the final episode of 14th edition of the HR Summit.
Stay tuned to all our social media handles for more promising and engaging events. They are all lined up for you for the upcoming days. We hope you have enjoyed this journey with us, and we look forward to cherishing this industry academic relationship for a long time. The session will end here. You can enjoy the high tea, happy networking. From the entire HR Summit 2022 team, I, Rashaka.
And I, Shreyas, signing off. Stay safe and take care. Thank you.